Hey, we're here. We're a little late. We got computer problems, hopefully mostly straightened out. Thank you everyone for joining us. Chat's rolling right along, man. We appreciate everybody being there. We love y'all, and we got a special guest tonight, and they're backstage, and they too. Everybody's having computer problems. I started. I got back here and getting ready to do all the links and stuff in the Facebook or the YouTube part of everything. I touched one button and the damn screen went black and said it has to restart. And I'm like, oh, that's nice. I'm already running out of time as it is. But anyway, we got that straightened up. Then Blaylock never got his link I sent this morning in the emails. I had to take care of that. And then his internet was freezing up. Jeffrey was still missing in action when all this is going on, by the way. And
Trying to
then
get my child situated.
and then Mark came in and he had sent a message beforehand saying that they were having trouble. They just had a thunderstorm come through, and we had everything up and working. Then everything went south again. So, but they are backstage. We're going to bring them in here in just a second. We appreciate everybody being here. I apologize for last week. Just it's been 2 weeks of sickness in this place. It's driving us crazy.
Yeah.
So, anyway, we do have Wyatt. Yeah, Wyatt is. In case you see, we're on show 44 tonight. Show 43 was to be last week, and instead of making new thumbnails and everything, I just show 43 will be next week with Wyatt. So Wyatt Estes. Anyway, we're going to bring Mark in here. Mark's been on here a few times, always with other people, but I wanted to get Mark in here. And Rebecca's there too. She's hiding. I see a little piece of shoulder. But it's all about Mark tonight. Mark's had plenty of stuff going on around the Alabama area. Has seen a lot of stuff, and I know he's got tons of stories to tell us. And it's all about Mark tonight. Mark and Becca. Becca, you too, if you stop hiding. So.
Yeah, she's gonna hide on
she
this
is.
one, probably.
Everybody say hi to Becca.
Can y'all hear me good now?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Can you hear me real good?
Yeah, we can hear you.
And you sound a lot better now.
Okay,
Yeah.
good.
It might kind of slow up a little bit here and there, but we can hear you. So,
Okay.
I guess I better check in with my guys here to my other side of me here. Mr. Blaylock, how are you today?
I am great, man. Living the dream in the Pacific Northwest. Beautiful day today. Windy, but beautiful, and no complaints.
Yeah, we were almost, I think we were 80 degrees today.
It was hot on Saturday, I can tell you that much.
Yes, it was. Storms rolled through up here. Pretty nasty winds. We're not a weather channel.
Well, yeah.
Jeff, you just went on an excursion. I heard you had a little bit of flashlight activity out there.
Well, besides, getting sunburnt, almost froze to death the first night, rest of the week I felt like I was melting. But
Was there a burn ban out there?
No.
Okay. Was this dry here?
I know.
Yeah, you guys.
I was surprised they didn't have a burn ban out there, but me show's got a burn ban right now, so
yeah, we'll probably hit touch base on that before the show's over tonight about the show. But
anyway, I had a couple weird things. No tracks or anything like last year. This is the same place where I heard the mimic snoring and found the tracks and some of the sticks, but I will say one of the first things that was odd about that place this year is it doesn't look like anybody had camped in that site since we were there this time last year. I mean, even the firewood that we cut and stacked next to the damn fire pit was still there.
Wow.
But you don't see it. It's more of a hiking area. I mean, there's a few primitive campsites back here, but most of the people are going to camp by the road.
How far are you in?
It's like 1.5 miles in there.
Okay. That explains it. There ain't a whole lot of people going to hike that far in, probably.
There's a few in there that go in there, but not very often. Huh. First night, we were at the campfire, and we had stood up to go toast the weekend festivities, and I looked over Sam's shoulder, and I just saw this one big bright flash of light Now, the only problem with that is we're in the bottom of a basically a bait, like a bowl. The ridges surround us, and it's like 10 o'clock at night. There ain't no way someone crawled down over that ridge and flashed the light at me and then went back up it without.
It was me. I'm sorry. I was just
Jerry,
pranking you.
you would have ended up laying on the bottom of that ravine if you had tried.
I'm sure of that. I'm sure of that. I know the area you're in. I know.
Yeah, it's actually the spot we camp in. It's called Hell's Hole. That might explain why no one camps in there.
Yeah, that's pretty rugged territory.
Oh, it is.
Mm-mm.
Uh-oh. Oh.
That didn't sound good.
I'm busy.
Anyway, that's cool. That's cool.
And other than that, I had Thursday night. We had decided most of it we were going to go to bed early. I went to bed before they did because we were all just burnt out from the first night. It was miserable. No one could sleep. They said it was going to be in the 30s. Damn, I bet you it was 25 degrees where we were.
Yeah, it got a couple nights here. It got pretty chilly.
And I got these horrible leg cramps because my hammock was all crooked. And it was just terrible.
You was in a hammock. Yeah, that made it.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah.
I'm too old to lay in
The
a
next night, I was so exhausted, I went in early. And they turned in about 10 o'clock. Well, I wake up about 1 a.m. And this is the same place, same exact campsite as last year. And I wake up and I swear I hear them talking over at the fire pit. There's just one problem with that. No one was at the fire pit and the fire wasn't even going anymore. I got out and took a leak and got back into the hammock and the talking continued. So I just said, well, whatever. And I laid back down and got myself comfortable.
You go. I need to get you a recorder next time you go.
Take a what?
Take you a recorder with you next time you go.
Well, that's the problem. I had it, but I was so tired when I racked out, I left it in my damn bag over by the fire.
So, okay. And I'm just going to say hi to everybody in chat because if I took the time to say hi, it might take me an hour to type everything. But again, we appreciate everybody being here.
Incoming.
What's that?
We got dogmen surrounding him.
They're real vicious tonight.
It looks like that thing from the movie Gremlins sitting behind you.
Your
Mark.
sister laying down here by me, so.
How's Mr. Green been?
Doing good. Been doing good. Been mechanicking all day, working on trucks and tractors and weed eaters and putting plugs in tires. So it's been a rainy day here in Alabama. It's been raining off and on. And so I thought it'd be a good day to get out and do some mechanicking on some trucks and change oil and grease and, typical stuff.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
And I'm glad I did because we've been having some downpour come through. So, yeah. Rebecca works, 4 miles from here, maybe 5.
Something like that.
Ain't rained a drop over there yet. So it's all come right across Creepy Mountain, right across top of us, since about dinner and off and on. So, but 5 miles south of here, it ain't hardly rain. So that's the way it does. Gets in kind of that, that summer pattern.
Same way here. We're along the river, and one side of the river gets it, the other side it just skims along, and you might get a sprinkle and you might not. So it's weird.
We had a little rain last night. Me and her went to a property, walked around with a guy that owns the property, looking, see if we noticed anything, and seen some strange things, and then by the time we got back home, it started raining last night. Had some pretty good little hard rain there for a little while, and it put her on to sleep. So it was enjoyable listening to that rain last night. So
Yeah. So, what kind of activity have you been dealing with recently? I know I seen you did a couple shows with some other people, and uh, pretty good stuff going on. I'm just going to turn the floor over to you, Mark, and just turn you loose, and you talk about whatever Bigfoot stuff you want to talk about, dog, man, whatever. You just have at it.
All right. Well, we've got some, we've had some activity going on here around the house. Of course, back in February, I found that track out by the rabbit barn. Finally done a video on it. There was some other odd things that went on during that time with that. And about 4:30 in the morning, Rebecca hears our back storm door open and shut. That was on Tuesday morning. Wednesday evening is when I found the footprint out by the rabbit barn. And then the next day is when I found the big tree down in the field pushed over. So, not saying that tree, something done that tree that way. It's just odd all this happened in 1 week. And plus, sister was getting tore up some during that time period. Just some weird things happening. Just, can't. I mean, the footprint says it all. I mean, I can't prove about the door and about the tree. But with all that being happening right there in that time period, kind of points in that direction. Hadn't heard really anything from my neighbors here. I was kind of thinking I might hear from some of the neighbors, but nobody has really spoke up and said nothing this time. So, I was pointing out in that video that track, the way that booger was moving, it came from where we feed our barn cat at. We got a table out there, and we put feed on that table for that cat. And we have a bucket there with a lid on it that we put the feed in. And it's like that where that track was sitting was just right for that to come out of from where that cat was, where that cat food was. And it headed right up there by our camper and by my blue truck. And right on the other side, it's the garbage can. And, if you lined yourself up and look, you could tell wherever it was heading between my truck and that camper, and that garbage can was right on the back side. So I feel that it went over to the cat, got what food it wanted there, then it went and checked out the garbage can. And that should have clicked in my head the day I found the footprint, but it didn't. Because I probably could have went over and looked in the garbage can and seen if any of the bags were tore open or seen if something was weird there. But I didn't. And I didn't think about it for a few days. Then I went to studying about it, and it kind of dawned on me. I said, it was probably getting cat food and checking the garbage can out. That's and I may be totally wrong, but I feel that's the way that was happening. It was trying to it was checking on stuff. If it was it food with the back door, now I have no reason why that would happen. Now we have been putting eggs on the back porch for people to pick up, but there were no eggs there at that time. So I don't really know why it would have food with the door. But, we can't never explain that anyway. So it's just hard to say what that was, Rebecca feels like it was one of those. She felt like something was there just by the way his sister was acting, because they thought I had come home early from work that night, and then she realized I hadn't, and sister was acting weird. So I feel like there was some things going on right there, and of course we had back at the end of March had a couple of guys come in. I know everybody probably seen the live I had with Mr. Paul Frazier of the Western Ohio Bigfoot Research, and then Martin with Camping with Sasquatch. They were camped out in the Talladega National Forest, and most everybody here knows where they were. They didn't have a whole lot happen. I went back and forth visiting with them and sitting with them, and they recorded some weird stuff. I know early in the mornings they got some stuff like 4:00 in the morning, some growls and some. I think Mr. Paul did catch what he sounded like something trying to talk. But when Paul left on Friday, me and Martin was standing there still talking, and we got two good wood knocks, and I know they were wood knocks. I mean, there's no way that happened when there was one right on the opposite side of us, probably 100 yards from us. I mean, this was a baseball bat to the tree type sound. That's how loud it was. 5 minutes later, on the opposite side of us, another one went off. And though to me, that was just deliberate. Then he ended up staying one more night. And that Friday night, I went back down and sit with him after we had our live. Rebecca stayed at home, so I went down there and stayed with him, I don't know, to about 11:30, 12 that night. And we heard some odd sounds, but we did hear something that me and him both can't really explain. I just don't know what it was. It was I want to say it was a roar, but it was so fast that it just, and even when he played the audio back, it's just hard to tell what went on right there. But it was probably a couple of 100 yards from us when that happened. But the coyotes that night were tore up. They stayed tore up that night down there. They were really yipping and howling a lot. But we kept hearing odd sounds in there with them. And which he had all that recorded. And he said there was some unique sounds when he pulled that stuff up on Audacity. He went and looked at it and so it's hard to say. Of course, he done a video. Me and him done a video, and we sit there that night. And he videoed, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes that night with me and him sitting there listening. So there was some strange things went on. And then, of course, I got some locals that's talking to me right now with some different activity going on their properties. I really can't come out and say a whole lot more about that right now. I wish I could, but like I said, we went and visited one property last night and seen some odd things in there. So that's kind of what's been going on for the last month or so. Nothing real definite, but except for maybe the footprint. And then there was two wood knocks. I'm going to say that was very definite too. But the other stuff is just hard to say. But these people's property I went to have had some other things happen. And people have seen stuff. So hopefully that's something that I can talk about here pretty soon, maybe, if they're willing for me to, go a little deeper about it and everything. So that's some of the stuff that's been going on lately. And me and Rebecca did go down to Selma, Alabama. When was that? About a month ago. We went down to Selma, Alabama. Went and visited Old Cemetery. That was pretty neat. And then we went over to Lowndes County management area, where I had my first actual sighting at back in 2007. We parked. You can't drive in there like you used to. Now they got a gate right at the highway, so we didn't feel real comfortable about walking all the way back there and leaving the truck at the gate on the highway. And so we walked a little piece. We did make it to the green field, but the green field had done got knee deep. And of course, my sighting was on the back end of that green field. So we didn't walk all the way back there, but I'm planning on going back. But I did. The plum trees are still down there that Mr. Tall got into. Now, some of them have died, but there's brand new ones growing in other places. So, and me and her did do a video. We just hadn't had time to put it out. Maybe that's something that can happen this week. I don't know. I'm hoping. We've just had a lot of, with her being puny for the last week and a half, and we had the little fire pit up at the grist mill. Now, we heard some stuff up there on Friday night, just when it was me and her, Stacy, and Brian were sitting there.
Started during the live.
In fact, it was happening during the live, and if anybody was watching, y'all probably seen me get up and go listen better. I'm going to say two of those I think were boogers that were hollering, but that's my opinion. It just had that tone to it. Then a few minutes later, coyotes busted off. And then we started hearing a weird sound that we don't really know what it was. It's just a strange sound that was going on. To me, it kind of had a mechanical sound to it, but then it didn't. I mean, I know that don't make sense, but it was a weird sound. Now, a paper mill is not too far from that location, and it could have been something going on at that paper mill, but the direction this was coming from wasn't in the direction of the paper mill. So it's hard to say what that was, but I think during the live, we actually got had a booger holler out twice. And I think he stirred up the coyotes and some other stuff. It was kind of strange that Friday night. Now, Saturday night, we didn't really hear nothing Saturday night, did we? No, we didn't really hear anything. It stayed fairly quiet. We had a pretty good little group come. I think it was about 10 or 12 of us. We had a good time. It was wasn't cold. Just a little cool. It was an enjoyable night. I had a good fire, had some good fellowship. So there are some little different things that's went on, probably in the last, since February, I guess, the footprints, people visiting. Haven't really got to go up on Creepy Mountain lately. Turkey season's been in. I haven't really went up there because I didn't want to mess nobody up trying to turkey hunt. And I don't turkey hunt no more since I almost got shot years ago turkey hunting. I hung that up. I had a guy sneak up behind me and had the gun pointed at me. And I went to hooping and hollering and letting him know I wasn't no turkey. So, but
Don't blame.
That kind of broke me from wanting to turkey hunt. I started kind of getting away from turkey hunting. I'd still love to go do it, but if I'd done it, I would want to be on private property, just me on that property. I wouldn't want to, I hate to say that, but, just some people, always need to make sure what you're shooting at. And I don't know why, big as I am, I don't know why he didn't recognize I was a human right off bat, I mean, 200-pound turkeys ain't running around in the woods, or 300-pound turkeys, Back then I'd been about 240, but, I mean, it could have got ugly that day if he pulled that trigger, I've been shot, no doubt, doubt about it. So that kind of broke me from wanting a turkey hunt. Really always loved enjoyed it, but it broke it up right there.
Yeah. Bigfoot. But I gotta go back and catch your. I gotta go back and catch your show with the track at your place.
Yeah,
I didn't see that yet for some reason.
I can't remember which one that was on.
Mark, I think you called me that morning when you found it.
Yeah, I think me and you talked that morning.
Yeah.
I think I sent several people pictures of it, wanting them to look and see what they thought about. And like most everybody looking at it, commented back to me, they said, Mark, that looks like a footprint, and several of them said, that's a big footprint. And I said, yeah. I said, it's right at 18 inches. So
it's extremely skinny looking.
Yeah, especially at the back. The heel at the back really narrowed down, but up toward the front it was kind of big, and you could see the toes outlines, and it was, I don't know if it I don't know if it didn't put its foot all the way down.
Like a weird, like it kind of half stepped, like
maybe
one side of the foot almost.
Yeah, maybe. It's kind of hard to say. That ground right in there is usually very hard ground.
Yeah.
Because trucks, tractors get parked there. Me and her walk across there a lot going to feed the animals. So that ground right in there is very packed ground. That's where people park when they come from the fire pit. It had rained.
You walk across something like that and you drive stuff across all the time, it really packs that ground down.
Right. But we'd had a little rain a few days before I found that track, and that little spot right there, you could tell when I took the video, you could tell, and the pictures where, stuff had washed down in that little spot right there. And I believe that's the reason why that track was there, because it was a little damp. He took
just
that
wet
stuff
enough.
Yeah. Because when I put my foot by it and tried to make the impression, now of course that was a couple of days later, I couldn't make no hard any impression there. So, but you could see, the front part, the upper part of the foot, where the toes were. But yeah, you're right. Back there at the back, it had a weird, it got real narrow, and also it had a little bend in it. I don't know if a little curve there in the middle, not a big curve, but a little curve. So I don't know, maybe the way
it just was foot down in like a weird position or something. Like it was wasn't quite putting all the weight on it.
And then I tried to follow it from there up into the leaves. Of course, I really couldn't tell nothing in the leaves. It was just, is that one track. And, so I think, and I think that's where it was going. It's going to that garbage can. I think it was going on. And I've noticed my two bird dogs outside. They bark at times. And then there's other times, buddy, they don't say nothing out there. It's like sister will get blowed up in here in the house, be pitching a fit. Them two out there won't be saying a word. And what night was it this week? There's one night this week, she just come up out of the bed yapping right at the window. And I'm talking about yapping. I mean, this was fast. I'm mad. You done ticked me off type bark. And I'm laying there listening. Now, I didn't ever hear the dogs out here say a word, but Rebecca said one of them woofed one time, didn't say another word. So I don't know if one was up here that night fooling around or not. But sister sure didn't like whatever was in the yard, and I didn't get up and go look. I figured time you get up out of bed, it's gonna hear you walking through the house, and it's gonna be hid out there somewhere, and so I didn't even get up and try to go see. I just sat there and listened for a little while, never heard another word. She laid right back down, went back to sleep. So, I mean, I don't know what went right by the house that night, but them two bird dogs, they didn't get tore up about it, they didn't get tore up. So, and I'm wondering if they've learned to keep their mouth shut. I think they do bark at when regular animals come in the yard because they do get tore up at night out here. And I'll go out and look and I don't see nothing. But a lot of nights, like I said, sister gets tore up and they don't. So I don't really, it's hard to say exactly what's, going on there, but
Man, that ain't nothing to play with there. Bird Lance. No. I'm sorry, guys. Chat's keeping me busy.
It's pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's moving along quite well.
Fighting my allergies.
Yeah, that's. I'm getting ready to disappear here for a minute, and I'll be back. But anything new going to be coming out, Mark? You got some other shows videoed, or
If we ever get time.
The only thing I done an interview with Bigfoot Society here a couple weeks ago. He said that would probably come out in May. I've got a show I'm thinking about doing with two people but I got to make sure about here pretty soon, and we're probably going to go down another rabbit hole a little differently. So I've got to talk back to him and make sure he's still good with it. And there's other people I need to interview. Just the way I'm working now, it's kind of hard. I'm gonna probably have to start doing some recordings and just me and them record and then release them like a video. I'm gonna probably have to start doing some of that. And I like to do the lives, but I think to get some of them on interviewed and get them put out, I'm gonna have to start doing that. Then maybe come back and do a live with them later, and go from there. And if people's got questions or something like that, because and I've got some people I've been trying to get on, but they're still thinking about it. And I'm not gonna pressure people to get on and tell their stuff if they don't want to. So, so there'll be some different things. Me and Rebecca's going camping this weekend. Hoping we have service where we're at to have a live. If not, we may have to go somewhere where we do have service to do a little live. I don't know. So me and her looking forward to that. We hadn't really got to go camping by ourselves lately. And so we're going to go to Georgia and camp out this weekend. And we're going to an area that I have heard some stuff around there. So, looking forward to that. And right now that's as far as videos is, I got to release that one. We got to do the one on the cemetery in Lowndes County. And of course, where I'm in Georgia, if we can, I'll do some videoing over there while I'm over there. And hopefully, get that out. And of course, Rebecca didn't get to do a live last Friday night because she was sick. And so, but we're hoping this weekend we do have, service to do a live. If we don't, we'll figure out something, And of course, we'll let everybody know if we're not got service. I'll get somewhere and do something. We'll do something to make sure everybody knows. But so that's basically what's going on. Me and her's just getting busy toward springtime. Get some stuff planted in the ground and hopefully get back up on Creepy Mountain some. Turkey season will be going out, I think, May 8th. So once turkey season goes out, I'll have free run of the hunt of Creepy Mountain. So try to get up there at some at night and maybe some up there during the daytime, see if I see anything. And two, they may get more active up there with turkey season going out. And so got some stuff like that coming up. And that's about it right now that I can think of that's going on. Would like to get back to Lowndes County before it gets real hot, but I just don't know if I'll make it back down there in time or not. Just had to see.
Didn't you just go to the grist mill?
Yeah, that was weekend before last. Yeah, we had the fire pit up there on Saturday night, and done a live up there on Friday night. And that's when the vocals, happened while we were doing a live right there at 7:15, 7:20. So that was pretty cool to be sitting there for that to happen, and
how far off you think it was?
what do you think, baby? Half a mile? I'd say half a mile. I mean, it wasn't real loud, but it was loud enough that we caught it. But when the coyotes went off, they were a little closer. Whatever it was, coyotes were between us and it when it hollered out twice. And it was over on the old Army base, or as we call it, the AOW, which is the Alabama Ordnance Works.
Yeah,
over on that old Army base, and most of that is still woods. It's still a real big old place. There's old tunnels and everything out there on that place. Old places they used to shoot the artillery and cannons in, and concrete bunkers, and so stuff could hide in there real easy. And of course, there's tons of farmland right north of it and east of it, with that Talladega Creek coming through the middle of it. Nobody lives in there. It's just big fields, pastures, and all that. And so something's got a good home in there. And but there's been a couple of booger sightings there. Also, they said there was a dog man sitting there one time. And of course, the place is eat up with paranormal. That's what it's really known for, is the paranormal up there, more than the Bigfoot stuff. But they have been seen some. One was seen on the railroad tracks right above the mill one time, and then there was one seen across the creek where the walking trails are, and that's where the dog man was seen too. But he was seen further back over against the Army base fence. So they got a trail that goes all the way to where the Army base is, or where the Army's property is. And it makes a loop. And I think that person where they seen that dog man was back there on that back loop next to the fence in there. And you get back in there, it's real thick in places. I mean, it's just thick as hair on a dog's back. So it's a place to really pay attention to. And but it's a nice place to just go camp and have fun too. It's a nice campground. Ain't no riffraff going on, none of that type of stuff. So it's a good place.
Do you notice any times of the year, Mark, when it's more active than other times, or?
Yeah. Here in this part of Alabama, I always noticed usually right after deer season goes out till about June, you'll hear stuff. Once it gets hot weather, don't hear as much. One thing too, when you try to go listen, the bugs are so bad you can't hear nothing. The June bugs get started, the tree frogs, with all the different type of insects we have, you just don't hear much. Now, I mean, we've had stuff happen in the middle of summer, but you just don't seem to hear a whole lot of vocals. And then it seems like about mid-September, 1st October, it picks back up. And then about December, it quietens back down. It's like, which by then, hunting season's full blown in Alabama. So I don't know if that really has something to do with it, but I would think so. Maybe they're being a little more cautious, during hunting season. But then again, you hear of them walking up to people in tree stands, walking by people in tree stands, coming up, beating on their shooting houses. I mean, you hear both sides, so it's hard to say,
I think one standing in front of you in a tree stand is about the worst thing I could imagine.
Right. Well, two of them that really stick out with me, two reports that I took, was here in the county right below me, which is Coosa County. Population of that county ain't but about 5,000 people. And most of that county is owned by timber companies. It's a very big logging county. I'd say probably over half the county. But there's a management area down there called the Coosa Wildlife Management Area. It used to be about 50,000 acres. Now it's done dropped down to about 10 or 12,000 acres. Because a lot of the land got pulled out of the management area because landowners found out that they could lease the property out to hunters for more money than they could to the state. So, but there was a guy that I used to work with. He was in bow hunting during bow season, and he'd found a place on that management area, and he lived down there real close to that management area. In fact, he lived about 2 miles from his sighting. But he's one of these type that he would stay up in the tree till well after dark. But this particular day, he was in the tree. He stayed in after dark. Right after dark, it done got complete dark. He didn't hear nothing. He did notice that it was very, very quiet in there. Well, he started coming down the ladder stand. He said about the time he stepped on the ground, he heard movement behind him. And he turned around, and he could see a silhouette of something real big standing, he said, probably within 10 or 15 foot of him.
Wow.
He didn't know what to do for a minute. And all he had was a bow, and he done put the bow on the ground, and all he had on him was a knife. And he said whatever it was just staring at him. He was staring at it. Of course, he's shaking. He didn't know what to do. And he finally spoke to it. He said, I got this knife. I will stab you with it. I can't remember exact words he told me now. It's been so long. I used to have all this wrote down. But he, said, I'll stab you, with this knife. And he said about that time, he just turned around and walked off. Of course, he broke and run, left his bow laying there. He said about killed himself getting to the truck because he was hitting limbs and everything. He took off. Well, the next day, him and another guy decided to go back down there and get his bow and get his tree stand out. He done made up his mind. He wasn't hunting down there no more, but he wasn't going by himself. They go in. They go down there. Bow still laying in their tree stand. They take it all down. They come back, get in the truck, and start up the road, and there's a tree across the road. And he said they didn't hear a tree fall, didn't hear nothing take place. but there's a tree laying across the road. Well, they get out. They don't have no chain with them or nothing. They tried to move the tree, tried to take the truck and bump the tree. Can't make it move. He says a big old pine about that big. He says getting close to dark. He tells that guy, he said, come on, we walking. He said, I'm not staying down here after dark with this tree across the road. So they go to walking, and they get up to where they have a service, and he calls his wife, says, come on over here and get us. So they come over, and she comes and gets them. Well, the next day, he goes back, and he carries 3 or 4 more fellas with him and a chainsaw to get his truck out. And they go down there, and his truck's still sitting there. And they cut the pine and, and come on out. He said his truck was fine. Nothing was missing or anything. He just completely quit hunting in that area. Well, got on in the deer season that year when rifle season come in. And he went to another part of the management area to hunt. And he started, and he's one of these guys, once he gets to hunting, he'll harvest a bunch of deer quick. So he liked to hang his deer out on his back porch for about a day after he dresses them out to let them age. And so he had 2 deer hanging on his porch. Well, one morning he had killed both of them that afternoon and had them hanging. Well, that morning he gets up to go to work. He hears a racket on his back porch. By the time he gets to the back door and opens it up and turns on the porch light, one of the deer is gone. And of course, he thinks that's what come got it. He thinks they followed him home and they took one of the deer. And they never did find the deer. In fact, he called in to work that day and got a buddy of his to come over. They walked all over the place around his property. Never found it. He went ahead and got that deer and carried it to a processor that day where it wouldn't disappear on him. And so Rebecca's leaving me. She's leaving me. So, but I mean, there's some stuff went on with that. I haven't talked to him in a long time, but I kept in touch with him for a good while. He said it got to where it got quiet around his place, and he didn't hear nothing anymore. The other hunter in Coosa County, this is on the opposite end of the county, what we call the Spockapatoy community, which is on the eastern part of side of the county. This guy was in a hunting club. He done got in the late January, about the same time of year I seen mine in Lowndes County. He went in there one day about lunch, got up in his tree. He said he'd seen some does during the day, birds were in the trees, squirrels playing. He said, normal day. Got close to dark. He started coming on out of the tree. As he was coming down, he heard footsteps. Okay, yeah, we'll talk about. I'll talk about it in just a minute.
Yeah, just keep that in the back of your mind here.
I will. He heard footsteps behind him. He gets to the ground, and he turns around, and he's got a big silhouette of something standing looking at him. I mean, this is almost identical scenario as the guy on the western part of the county. Of course, they're a couple of years apart, and of course, different times of the year. One was in October, this one's in January. And I mean, we're talking 20 to 30 miles apart from each other, so I don't think it would be the same booger. But he, of course, he's shook up, and he's got the rifle pointing at it, and he said, I will shoot you. And he said, when he said that, this, whatever it was, he said, made a grunt at him. He kind of grunted at him. All right, we're getting old sleepy going tonight.
I'm trying.
But anyway, hey, I know, man. I know. It's dark. It starts automatically trying to happen. But this grunted at him, turned around, and started walking off. And of course, he broke and run. And how I found out about him was he contacted Mr. Mike Mullane, at the AlabamaBigfoot.com, and that's when they put me in touch with him, and I started talking to him because I'm familiar with that area. And we had made plans to go to that property. He was going to go show me the tree stand and was going to walk that property. And I didn't hear from him for a little while, and I called him, and come to find out, he got out of that hunting club. He told me, he said, I just can't hunt down there. And because he said, whatever that is living in there. And he said, I just don't want to see it again. So I didn't get to go actually see the place that he had seen that. But about 2 miles from where he was at in a hunting club, there was another report came in from a guy who worked here in Sylacauga, worked second shift. He was going home because he lived in the Sakapatoy community down there. And he turned on what they call Highway 9, Alabama Highway 9, which heads toward Montgomery. And he went about a mile. And you got Sakapatoy Creek. It crosses the highway. This is about 11:30 going on 12 o'clock at night. He watches something come out of the ditch on one side of the road, cross the road, and go down the other ditch on 2 legs. Of course, he had his lights on bright. He didn't get a good look, but he just said whatever it was on 2 legs. That area right in there where that happened, there's no houses. It's all just woods. Of course, this was like, between 11:30 and 12 o'clock at night. The next day, he comes back to that spot because he said he wasn't stopping that night. He said he didn't care. He was heading on home. And he comes back the next day and pulls off up the road and walks down there. And he said you could see where whatever it was had went down that embankment because the grass and stuff was mashed down. He didn't see no footprints, but he could see, what looked like something 2-legged went down that bank. And so that told me right then, after that report come in, that was a heavy little area right there. Now, most of it's private land, so it'd be hard to get permission to go in there and probably into that area in there. There's 3 little sightings. Well, I don't call them little sightings. Those were Class A sightings, but that 2 of them come from an area. They're about a year or so apart, and then the other one, from a different part of the county. But those 2 are very similar, and you hear a lot of that with the hunters. It's that same little situation where one eases up while you're in a tree stand or you're in a shooting blind, and they get pretty close. And of course, we had that happen on Creepy Mountain with a couple of women, which was a whole different scenario. But before I forget, I'll go into the about the Hollins hunter. It's like I tell everybody before. I've tried to dig into it deeper, and I really just ain't coming up with much. But how I come to find out about it was by another researcher that knew some about that area too. And he's the one that come out and told me about it. And he said that a game warden that he got to be pretty good friends with did it, because he was talking to him about Bigfoot, wanting to know, were they hearing any, were they getting calls about it or hunters getting harassed? And that's when the game warden brought it up to him. And so he went to researching it, and he come up with, I guess, a coroner's report or the sheriff's report. And I actually held it in my hand and read it. This was around 82. what it says was killed by an unknown animal. And the description I got was one arm was torn off, one leg was bent backwards and broke, and his body was in a twisted shape with heavy bruising. Now, there wasn't nobody, it didn't say nothing about bite marks or any of that. Now, according to what the game warden told this other researcher was that his rifle was not discharged. He was laying within 10 foot of his tree stand. So, you know, I've asked some of the locals down there, and some of y'all have met that local that's in this chat. He came through when we had the meet and greet there and some other outings. He lives down there. So I asked him one day, I said, what do you know about the hunter that supposedly got killed by an unknown animal up here? Well, he did verify a hunter got found dead. Now, he said found dead, and he said because of a heart attack. And I said, who told you that he had a heart attack? He said, well, the game wardens back in said he had a heart attack, that he got out of the tree and had a massive heart attack right there by the tree. I said, okay. And I told him, I said, well, I said, I seen a report a few years back that said he was killed by an unknown animal. And he said, well, he said, I don't know what to say about that. He said, I'm just telling you what I was told. And I said, well, what else can you tell me about down here? Has they found other people? He said, oh, yeah. He said, they found people down. He said, most of the time they say it's drug overdose. I said, so, you know, drug overdose is what they're saying. He said, yeah. He said, they found a guy up on top of the mountain in his car. They said drug overdose. I said, well, okay. They said they'd found other people. I said, well, how about here in the campground? He said, no, but he said, now a lot of abandoned tents here. I said, well, I know that for a fact because I done seen one of them. He said, well, that ain't the first one. There's been more. And he said, a lot of people used to camp here. He said, they don't camp here like they used to. He said, there used to be plenty of people camping in here. And then he said, all of a sudden it stopped. And so I don't know where he was going with that one. And I don't really know what to say unless activity really picked back up there and people started getting scared. But one of the outings we did have, we did find a tent that was deserted, that still had all the stuff with it, food, stove, coolers, clothes, even their identification was there. One of the guys that was there was in law enforcement with the federal government, and he supposedly turned that in to the game wardens or the forest rangers. I mean, it's weird. The zipper was torn out of the tent. That was strange. It was women's and kids' clothes in there. It was makeup. I mean, it was very strange. That tent sit there for another month before it finally disappeared. So I don't know what to say about that. And there was a lot of people at this outing. It was about 30-something of us that all witnessed this. It was just odd, just strange that somebody would desert their tent with everything there. I even went to the point looking for missing persons in that area, in our area during that time period. I come up with nothing. I wish I would have had wrote the woman's name down that was in identification. I wish I'd wrote that name down where I could have researched that more, but I didn't. And the guy, the researcher that plus he's law enforcement, me and him hasn't talked in a while. So just don't know what come about of that. But he's the gentleman who lives down there that close to that area. He said that there'd been more tents like that with everything left there. So I don't know if somebody just jumped up during the middle of the night and said double everything they had and left and didn't come back. I don't know. It's weird. It's real weird, you know.
Might have had a good reason to, huh?
Yeah. I mean, there's some, that place is a very strange place. Everybody that's been there can tell you that it's a strange place. I mean, there's flashes of light there, orbs. Of course, boogers have been seen there. It's just an odd place. I mean, every time I go down there, I get little vibes from it. And of course, I know everybody's heard about the meet and greet we had there last year, and there was a lot went on. A lot of people had stuff going on the whole time, and it was strange with that many people there. You know, no, we didn't see any blood or anything like that. When you talking about at the 10, I'm assuming, but no, we didn't see any blood or any of that there. So it's just the camp wasn't tore up or nothing. Nothing was tore up like something come in there and pitched a fit. I mean, the cooler was sitting right over, you know, neatly, and the camping stove was over here on the other side of the fire pit, and the water bag hanging in the tree, still half full of water. There was other stuff. They had a little fire pit built there. Stuff in the tent wasn't tore up. I mean, it was kind of neat in there. I mean, not neat, but what I'm saying, it wasn't like something rambled in there or something, you know, or any of that. It's just like whoever was there just disappeared like that, you know. And so when I opened the cooler, because we wanted to really know how many days this may have been, when I opened the cooler now, the food in it had done spoiled. The ice had done turned to water, and the water was warm. So it had been sitting there for a few days. And the meat and stuff in it had done spoiled. So, and that, I mean, they even had a box full of potato chips and cookies. None of that stuff had been touched. Just weird, you know, just real strange. But if any of you ever get a chance to go come here, we'll definitely go there. You know, let you experience that place, you know. I hate that when Paul and Martin were here, they didn't get a full-blown effect of it. I mean, they had some stuff happen, but, you know, it's just like you go anywhere. I mean, I can go to Creepy Mountain for several months and want nothing to happen. Then you go pull up one day, boom, there it is. And it's like that in a lot of other places. You know, there's just like here at the house. Blew out. I know the zipper was torn out of it, but I can't remember if any of the rest of the tent was tore up. I can't remember that. I don't know. It may have been. It's been several years ago now, so there may have been another tear in it. But I know the zipper was tore out of it, like it got just snatched down real quick, you know.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's weird.
That is.
Oh, I just thought about something. Jerry, that campsite's still there. The one at the bottom of the cliff I told you about was in that little cave tucked back in there.
Oh, yeah.
Still there. They haven't, nobody's gone in there and cleared it out, nothing.
That's weird.
Yeah. You would have thought the state would have. People got to know it's there.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. How far in is that? About the same.
It's right literally if that bend in the creek wasn't there, I could stare at it from camp.
Okay.
I mean, it's right there. If it wasn't
Yeah.
for that little island that sticks out in the bend, I'd be able to see it.
Well, when I went up to visit Greg, me and my boy went up to visit him. It was during the summer, and Greg was showing me around, and we went down on the river, and we come up on a tent down there, 2 tents.
Yeah.
They were pretty much brand new tents.
Damn.
And I want to say there was a sleeping bag and a few other things there. And that was just odd. When we oh, here comes sister. Can't take it no more. But it was just odd. And while we were, we just had got out and hadn't been standing there maybe 5 minutes, and we hear this big tree, maybe 100 yards from us, just crash and hit the ground. And that was just odd. I mean, somebody go leave 2 brand new tents, sleeping bag, and there was some other stuff. I can't remember what all was there. Greg probably remembers better than I do, but it was just just strange to come across that. I mean, it reminded me of Hollins all over again. I'm like, man, this is just weird. And you hear that a lot in the Talladega National Forest, just not down at Hollins, but other parts of the National Forest, they find abandoned tents all the time. That Pinhoti Trail goes right through the heart of the National Forest, and it's real popular with everybody because it ends up in Georgia, tying into the Appalachian Trail. And I think I don't forget how long the Pinhoti is, but it starts about 30 miles south of me and goes all the way up to Appalachian Trail up in there around probably Dalton or North Georgia anyway. But you always hear, I'm on one of their Facebook pages for the Pinhoti Trail. And the main reason I got on there was to see if I could see people talking about having strange things happen. And I have tried to talk to a few people on there about what was happening. And I think they figured out I was in the Bigfoot, and they shut up real quick. But I think they knew what I was after. But anyway, a lot of them, you'll see them talking about coming across somebody's camp with all their stuff there, but not a soul around, and they'll go report it to the rangers. And then a few days later, another group will come through, and they say, well, this tent's, here's a tent. It'd be the same tent. It's like nobody's went and checked on it, and I heard in a lot of other places in the Talladega National Forest, they find tents with stuff there all the time. So it's weird. I don't know. I don't know if people, what's going on with that. It's just crazy. But you don't hear nothing about missing people reports. We had that one lady that was from Ohio that disappeared right there about the time of the meet and greet. Well, they finally found her. Sorry to say she was deceased. Really don't know what happened to her. They never have put that out, what happened to her. They said it wasn't foul play, and that's all they would say. But they found her like 3 or 4 miles off the Pinhoti Trail. She was down Old Logging Road and had pitched the camp off Old Logging Road, and there was a guy hunting that found her. He went in there during deer season, went down that Old Logging Road and found her camp. And then realized there was a body. She was in one of those sleeping hammocks. And he realized there was a body in that bag. Of course, he come right out and called the law. But they never really said what happened to that lady and why she was 3 or 4 miles off the Pinhoti Trail. Doesn't really, and I'll be honest with you, where she was headed, if it's the road I'm thinking she was on, she was heading in there to Horse Creek, where a lot of reports come from of Bigfoot, Dogman, and stuff. They say that's the hot spot for dogmen in Tiding National Forest is Horse Creek area. And she was heading right into that area in there, according to what they said, what road she was. They did release what road she was on. And I went and looked it up, and she was heading in there toward Horse Creek. Why? I have no idea.
So she had actually went down in there and camped, I guess, or was camping down in, not intentionally, but that's where she was found at a makeshift camp.
Yeah.
Makes you wonder, either obviously lost, but was she kind of funneled in that direction, something, entice her to go that way or make her go that way.
Yeah, that was a strange, very strange missing person, because she shows up in Alabama, and then she goes to South Carolina, comes back the same day, and then parks at Cheehaw Trailhead up on top of Cheehaw, goes missing. She doesn't stick to her plan she told everybody she was going to do. She was supposed to be going north on the Pinhoti. Then she went south, and then she gets way off track. Gets off down in there toward Horse Creek, and I'm going to tell you, you get down in there in Horse Creek, that is a place I wouldn't want to get turned around in down in there. I mean, it's deep hoopers and hollers, and I worked with a guy that got lost in there one time, and I'm going to tell you, and he come talk to me about it, because I was already doing, researching and stuff. But he went in there deer hunting, had hunted in there all his life, because he grew up in the town of Talladega right next to it. And he went in there one afternoon hunting, and he got turned around somehow. But he ended up having to spend the night in there. He finally got to a place where he could get cell service on top of a hill, and finally got a hold of his brother-in-law. Told his brother-in-law, he was lost out there, in the national forest. But here's what he told me, though. But he didn't have a flashlight. All he had with him was a cigarette lighter. He said during the night, while he was waiting on his brother-in-law to come, he said he heard stuff he ain't never heard before in his life. Of course, at nighttime in the woods is totally different than daytime. Me being a coon hunter for years, I've heard all kind of stuff, and a lot of it is regular animals. And then I've heard some stuff, I don't know what it was. Until 2007, then I started figuring out what it may have been. But he told me, he's smart. He said, you won't ever get me back over in them woods at nighttime. He said, I'll go in the daytime, but he said, I'm going to make sure I got a compass, and I'm going to make sure I got stuff with me if I go back in there hunting. And in fact, he still hunts up there, but he don't get about a couple hundred yards away from the road anymore. But he told me, he said during that night, he would hear stuff walk up toward him that sounded bipedal. He said it didn't sound like deer or coyote. He said it sounded bipedal. But he ended up finally getting out of there about 3 o'clock in the morning. His brother-in-law got him to shoot his rifle every now and then, finally pinpointed where he was at and got within about a half a mile of him and got him out, back to the truck. And but he told me, and he wasn't a believer in Bigfoot. In fact, he was one of those that would laugh at you about it. But after that point, I noticed he changed his tunes a little bit. He still wasn't believing in Bigfoot, but he told me, he said, there's something in them woods up there. He said, there's in those woods.
Yeah, that female deal, that's, and no foul play was found, so that's really getting turned around and lost. Obviously, as you're saying, that can happen there, but
it can easily happen in the woods.
Oh, sure. I just can't. I can't see a female. I would be finding my way out of there, not deeper in the woods.
Yeah, that one had a whole strange tone to it from the beginning. That was just weird.
Sounds to me like she was lured down in there. or forced.
something or
Trying
another.
to, trying to
It's
get away from
strange.
something.
So it's a.
But to set up a
If
camp.
you ever really get into Talladega National Forest, most people don't really get into it too deep. Most people is either on the Pinhole Trail or they're riding the roads in there. The Forest Service has really went in there and gated off a lot of roads in the last few years. Of course, and I agree with them to a certain point. Some of it is because people throwing trash out, and then people tearing up roads because you got a lot of young boys that get 4-wheel drives and they go dig mud holes, and so now during hunting season, a lot of times they'll come and open these roads back up where hunters can get in there better. But like as soon as deer season goes out, they'll shut them roads back off and won't open them back up. And now you can still go walk them and stuff like that. And but if you get back into some of them places in there, I mean you're back there in some deep stuff, deep woods, and this I would hate to get turned around in there. I'll be honest with you. I mean, you're not that far from cities, but you can't hear nothing. That's the thing. You've got to be somewhere where you can really hear something. And it's a big old. I think it's 500,000 acres. I think how big it is, and it's almost 90 miles long. It's not very wide. I think the widest it gets is about 20 miles wide in one place.
It's wide enough.
But it's about 90 miles long. So it's a big old national forest. Oh man.
It's been a rough day.
I don't know what you mean, brother.
Everybody needs something. Every time I turn around, someone needs something.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, I know. But that's just some of the weird things that go on down here, and of course I've been on a lot of other people's properties over the years. Some of them had boogers on them properties. Some of them had something else on that property. I just don't know what it was, but I think it was more paranormal. And of course, Creepy Mountain. I've been on that. I've hunted that place my whole life, and have heard weird stuff up there before I had my sighting in Lowndes County in 2007, but didn't really put two and two together. I always knew something was there, but just didn't know what it was. And then, of course, after my sighting in 2007, the guy that was hunting with me in Lowndes County and the other guy, he didn't really get into the research with us, but he was still skeptical. And he still is to today. Now, he'll tell you, he said, I know you're seeing and hearing something. I just don't know what you're hearing and seeing. But, he's which is good. Sometimes you need a skeptical person around. That keeps you on your toes a little better. But, we started really staying up on Creepy Mountain after Mr. Tall, played his elk, done the elk calls. And, we got the vocals back to us. So me and Keith really went to staying up on that mountain at nighttime. I'll never forget the first night we really had them come up to us. And while we knew they was there, I had a pair of hunter ears, the muffin, the muffle type that you put on your headphone type, whatever you want to call it. I had them on, and I was listening to this bipedal walking coming to us. I could hear it taking steps just as like a human would. And I told Keith, I said, we got something coming to us that's on two legs. And he had a sound dish, one of those type that, it's got the headphones. You have to mash the little trigger. So he turned his on to listen to it too. And his had a recording. He could record for 15, 20 seconds. I can't remember. But anyway, we were listening to that approaching us. It finally gets to a point, it stops not too far from us in the bushes. And we know it's there. Every now and then I'd hear it breathe. That's how good those hunter ears were. I told people before you could hear a gnat pass gas with them things. But about that time, Keith kind of touches me on the shoulder. And he said, "We got something behind us too." I never heard that. I never heard it. But we eased around and I caught the eyes looking at us. And it was kind of a yellowish green. And you could tell it was up in the 7-8 foot range. And of course, me and him's thinking, I'm thinking, is that an owl or is that one of these things looking at us? Well, of course, we had another one over here behind us across the road in the woods. And about this time, we watched that thing blink. The one behind us, we watched it blink. And we watched it turn its head. And I told, you could see one eye, then it come back and look at us again. I told Keith, I said, I don't think that's an owl. Well, we kept standing there for a few more minutes, and then a little old smell started coming out. Wasn't real strong, but it was I call it the garbage, urine, type smell. Getting little whiffs of it. It wasn't real strong. Now, I have smelt it strong enough to make you want to puke. But you was getting that little whiff of it. And then we heard some limbs cracking further back in the woods. And that was kind of the first time me and him together, we started having something happen. And from there, we started, we were still going at night. We started baiting up on the club. We started off with peanut butter in a jar, and we was taking the lid off, and we were just putting it on the side of the tree a couple of feet off the ground. Well, we learned real quick that wasn't going to work because of the coons, deer, other animals. So I told him, I said, what we need to do, I had a bunch of gutter nails at home. I don't even know what I was doing with a bunch of gutter nails. And I said, what we need to do is let's put them up 7-8 foot up on the tree and drive that gutter nail through that whole jar into the tree. And that's what we started doing. Well, the first time we'd done that, we come back the next day and that whole jar and the gutter nail was gone. Now, what we noticed about it, I drove that nail up in that tree probably 2 inches, maybe a little more, give or take. There's no way a human could walk right up there and pull that jar and that nail straight back out of that tree. I mean, we'd have to water it. If y'all know what I'm talking about, you'd have to start working. Or just like you do a fence post or something, you got to start rocking it, Well, this pulled straight out. I mean, it was just a neat little hole there. You could tell where the nail went in. And we never found that jar or that nail. We kept doing that, and they kept disappearing. I finally found one nail about 10 foot from the tree. And it wasn't a stick of peanut butter or nothing. It was like whatever had it, licked it all off, throwed it on the ground. Now, we did have one peanut butter jar we came up with. And it had what looked like tongue prints in it.
Huh.
So we let Mr. Tall know about it, and he said, "Send me that jar." He said, "I'm gonna have somebody swab it down for DNA." So real carefully, got that packaged and got it mailed to him in Arkansas. And I don't know, it was about a month later, he calls me back and he said, they can't tell what it is. He said, it ain't deer or coon or nothing. He said, they don't know what it is. So that was something that was pretty neat. During that time period when we were baiting, we found a track and a knuckle print in the branch right there where we were baiting at. Keith made a cast of it. and the cast turned out pretty good. Man, you could see the lines in the knuckles. You could see the hair. Now, this footprint only had 4 toes. The little toe was gone, and it looked like part of it was maybe a little bit of it was still there, like it got cut off or something. And also the foot almost looked like it had a little deformed to it. It wasn't a straight, good, flat foot. It had some weird looks to it. We sent that to Mr. Tao, and he sent that on to there used to be a guy that was a little popular in the Bigfoot world. He worked for the FBI looking at dermal ridges and stuff. And Mr. Tao sent that to him. He looked at it and he said, "Those ain't human. Those ain't ape. Those ain't bear. They ain't." He said, "Well, I don't know what that is." And he sent them back. And Keith still has them to this day. I done a video with him here a couple of years ago, let him show them, and it's pretty neat. It's pretty neat. We found a few other tracks here and there up there, but we didn't cast them. But you could tell it was more likely a track up there. Some of it's real rocky up there in places, so I think they don't leave many tracks up there. We just never have found many. So there's, and we kept baiting for a while. They love Oreo cookies. I'm gonna tell you that. I like Oreo cookies. We were putting them in a Ziploc bag. We would tie a string around that Ziploc bag. I'll get it straight here in a minute. We would find a sapling about this big around that was about 10, 12 foot tall. We would bend that sapling over and tie that string and let it go back up, then straighten back up. One reason we were doing that was trying to eliminate coons or squirrels or anything of that nature. Several times we come back, we would find the bag, and I'm not kidding you. I need Keith here with me. The bag would not be tore open. The bag would be open like a human open, and the cookies would be gone. Now, I know that sounds way out yonder, but that's how we found that stuff. And just weird things like that. Just crazy, and so that's just different things going on. And you gonna make it, Jeff?
I'm making it barely.
I told him to go to bed a half an hour ago. We got to.
I ain't doing that yet.
But that's just some of the things that's went on up there. I mean, there's so much went on up there. I mean, I don't know. It'd take hours and hours to go through it to really get in depth with it. There's been tons of other people up there with me that's come and camp. We used to be able to have outings up on Creepy Mountain, and I can still do a real small outing. I can't do nothing real big. I can carry 4 or 5 people, and we could do it when it's not hunting season. But we used to have some bigger ones. Had a lot of stuff happen at those. People hearing the vocals, people getting glimpses of them. I'll tell you one that's kind of funny, but it ain't funny. The first outing we had up there, we had about 20 people. And that weekend, buddy, there was some stuff went on. We got some good howls. But a funny thing that happened was Mr. Tal Banco. He had what we call a booger buggy. And Pat Rance has got one. That's where Pat Rance got his idea, was from Mr. Paul. He woke up one morning. I think it was Saturday morning when he woke up, and he was mad, buddy. He said, "I want to know who put that big rock on top of my booger buggy." We're all looking like, "What are you talking about?" And he's going like, "Look, I ain't up here to play games. I want to know who put that big rock on top of my. We kind of got to looking. I said, "Mr. Tom," I said, And I mean, there's a big old rock. I'm not kidding you. The rock probably weighed 70, 80 pounds. It's a big rock. I said, I don't think nobody could reach up there and put a rock like that up on top of your, booger bug, as he called it. And he got thinking about it. He said, well, you might be right on that, Mark. Well, Pat Rance was there. Pat had a ladder in his truck, but he had to dig the thing out because he had stuff all on top of it. He finally gets it out, climbs up there, and he has to wrestle with that rock to get it, and then he throws it off. That's but Mr. Towel finally come out and said that during the night he remembered his booger buggy rocking a little bit. And that's probably when that big rock got set up on. In fact, he took that rock back to Arkansas with him. He put it in the booger buggy, carried it with him. And I imagine it was 70, 80 pounds, somewhere in there. It was a heavy rock. It wasn't, little rock. And then, but that Saturday night, we decided to split up in groups. Some were going to stay at the lake and they were going to make the calls. And some of us were going to go to different parts of the club, like on some high places, to listen. And the guy that was doing the calls that night was a lot of people know, was Bear, or Dixie Banshee, as they call it, Jim Grant. He used to be real popular in the Bigfoot world. He was going to do the calls from the lake. And some of us are going to be out in different places. Some of us went up to what we call the sign-in board area, and I went to what we call the crossroads. And then Mr. Tall and Keith went up on top of a high mountain. Well, we all had the little two-way radios where we could talk to each other. And we let everybody know we were in position. And Jim makes a couple of calls from the lake, and you can hear him. And he does get some responses back. And it doesn't come from any of the areas we're at. We'd probably been there about 30 minutes. Didn't hear no more. He makes a couple more calls, don't get no more answers or nothing. It gets real deathly quiet. Well, I have these hunter ears on again. And that night I had my daughter with me. She was 8 or 9 years old, and my sister-in-law and her boyfriend. And they went with me. And he was in his Jeep, and y'all have heard of him, Hattie. I had him on video. He's seen and stuff like that. He lives right there at the foot of Creepy Mountain. He's done seen them and had some interactions with them too. We were standing there, and I'm listening, and I keep hearing something creeping, and I can tell something's creeping because I barely hear movement every now and then. You'll hear a twig or you'll hear something move. We're sitting here listening to this, and I start getting nervous, especially with having that daughter with me. So I tell her, I said, you get in the truck, because she's 8, 9 years old. She wanted to go. I didn't really want her to go, but she kept begging, and, and we was with good people. I mean, we was the people that, it wasn't no drinking at this or none of that. We didn't allow none of that. Had a few that talked foul mouth a little bit, but that's about it as far as it went, it was going pretty good, but I put her in the truck, and at that time, it was a cutover that was about 5 or 6 foot tall. So the pines, they're in the 5, 6 foot range, and then you got all the broom sage and briars and everything else mixed in with them. I could see, a pretty good piece off because that's how big his clear cut was. Well, I'm talking to Keith and Mr. Tall on the two-way radio, and I tell them, I said, look, something is here at the truck around us because I keep hearing it creep around. I could hear it with these hunter ears, and they said, and Keith said, well, we're going to come, we're going to come down there where y'all at. I said, okay. Well, about that time, I can see Keith's brake lights come on in his truck. He's about 3/4 of a mile off because, I mean, it's a straight cut over. So I see them brake lights come on and I see his headlights come on. Well, I point in his direction and I say, there they are. Well, when I said that, on the back end of my truck, because I'm standing up here by the driver's door, back on the back end of my truck, on the opposite side of the truck, I watched something just start rising up. And all of a sudden, I'm staring at something that's about 8 or 9 foot tall, and it's looking right at me. And I said, there's one there like that. My sister-in-law, who was standing behind me, squeals out and starts climbing my back. I'm staring at this big silhouette of something. And its eyes is what I remember the most. They looked like they was that big around. I call them silver dollars. And to this day, I've only heard it one more time. The eyes were swirling just like the Twilight Zone. If y'all remember the black and white Twilight Zone, that's what the eyes were doing. And I'm sitting here. Of course, all this happens in a 5, 6, 10 second time period. It turns and it takes off running back through that cutover. And there was enough ambient light that night that I could see the pine tree swaying as it's leaving. Of course, we all tore up. Sister-in-law, was upset. Hattie got a glimpse of it because he had just turned to walk to his Jeep when this stood up behind the truck. And, well, I'm hollering on the radio to Keith and them to hurry up and get down here because the one just stood up behind the truck. Him and Mr. Tall pull up. Mr. Tall jumps out and he said, which way did he go? I said, well, he went up through that cut over there. He said, well, come on, we're going. I was like, I'm thinking, I don't know if I really want to go up through there. But anyway, I got my sister-in-law to stay at the truck. Her and Hattie stayed at the truck with Katie. And we start walking up through there. And you can see pine saplings, this big around, they broke over. I'm talking about just slap broke. We'll get on up on this top of this little hill, and it's red dirt, and there's his footprints. And they were around the 18, 19 inch range. Because we went back the next day, and Mr. Tall took pictures of them and measured them. And he said, boy, that was a big old boy, and he got up on y'all close. So that was our first outing that we had a bunch of people there. But, we had vocals that night, had, rocks put up on top of that, and then have that sighting of one. And then there was whoops heard that weekend. It was a bunch of different stuff there. Pat Rance was there. Can't remember if Lori was there or not. There were so many people there that night. I want to say, I can't remember. Well, it's just been so long ago. I'll think about it here in a while. I can think of everybody that was there at night. Mike Mullane was there. I don't know. I can't remember everybody. But that was just the first outing we had on that place, and we had that much stuff happen. And so.
That's busy. Alabama is should be on everybody's bucket list. My goodness. I know that doesn't even start all the stuff that's happened down in Alabama. It's amazing.
I tell you, it's something I need to clarify real quick. On that video with Camping for Sasquatch, he entitled it "The T-Rex Roar." What I was trying to emphasize, and what I've tried to say before on other shows and in videos, when we say the T-Rex roar,
mm-hmm.
Of course, none of us really know what a T-Rex sounds like, because none of us, what we're trying to emphasize is the volume and the force that roar has when we heard it that night on Creepy Mountain. There was 5 of us heard it. That night, we were coon hunting. We weren't even Bigfoot researching. We were coon hunting. We had a bunch of owls come up on us. And the owls were sounding weird. The dogs was acting weird. And one of the owls got to coughing. Now, I don't know how many owls anybody's ever heard cough.
Right.
But I thought it started off just as perfect. And then that son gun acted like he was choking up there. And he got to coughing. Well, we knew then that we had the boogers around us. And we said, ain't no sense coon hunting right here. So we loaded the dog. Like I said, the dogs was acting weird anyway. They wasn't going to hunt. And we drive away from there, and we get up on top of this hill and run into 2 other hunting club members. One of them was Hattie. Him and his brother was up there riding around. And so we're sitting in the middle of this road at the 4-way. This is the same spot I had that booger raised up behind the truck. We're a half a mile, 3/4 of a mile from where all the owls were carrying on at. We just sitting there talking, having a good time. And Keith told me, he said, hey, I got that drum bull with us tonight. Some people call it a dumb bull. Some people call it drum bull. Everybody around here calls it a drum bull. All it is a coffee can or a can with a hole knocked in the bottom of it. You put a string through it. Keith had kerosene that night. That's what he wet that string with. And when you pull it with your thumb and your forefinger and hold that can, that son gun makes a god-awful roar. If you didn't know it was fixing to happen and somebody done it by you, you would think of dinosaurs on top of you. If you ever watched Jurassic Park or some of these other, that's the way it sounds. It's a god-awful roar. Well, Keith done that night. He ain't even got through pulling the string, and we get this roar. It's nothing like a lion, tiger, bear, anything I've ever heard on the earth. We get this roar come back at us from down in there where those owls were. And the volume was just ungodly. But what I'm talking about force was it hit me in the chest. I felt the vibration in my chest off of it when it hit me. All the other guys did too. And we had a skeptical guy there with us. The one I said, the skeptical, he's still skeptical. But I seen his mouth drop. And he said, I do not know what that was. And we, of course, we looked at him and said, well, you know what that was. He said, I don't know. But he said, that ain't no animal in Alabama. We went and listened. Or me and Keith did, to all kind of vocalizations that you could listen to. Tigers, lions, bears, elephants, anything in that nature. There's nothing there. We could not find anything like that. So when I refer to being a T-Rex, we don't know what a T-Rex really sounds like. But I imagine if you were standing pretty close to one and he did roar, you probably would know it. And if anybody ever hears what we call the T-Rex, you'll know what we're talking about. It's a whole different tone. Like I said, I have found nothing like it yet, no word. But maybe Jurassic Park, one of them T-Rexes, it would probably be in that neighborhood. Of course, we don't really know what they sound like, but we're going by what movies made. This was in that tone. It was that strong. And when we heard it, we didn't know what to do. Did we pack up, leave? What do you do? Well, we ended up staying and nothing happened. It made it at one time and that was it. Of course, we didn't pull the drum bull no more either, and we didn't do nothing. We sit there just listening for a while. And then we finally left, and even Hattie that night, he liked to ride around at night. He said, I ain't staying up here, Bob, just me and my brother up here. We're going out with y'all. So that's what I mean by the T-Rex. You know,
Yeah. I think I
some-
remember you're making reference to I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
To something
no,
I saw. I think it was on Facebook.
right.
That somebody threw a fit. How do you know what a T-Rex sounds like? It's a figure of speech.
Well, I mean,
you know.
I didn't get tore up about it or nothing. I was trying to explain to him that it was about the volume and the force of it. And, you know,
Exactly.
I couldn't say it sounded like a lion or I couldn't say it sounded like a tiger because whatever I heard, I've never heard before again. And I don't know if anybody else has it recorded anywhere. If they have, I have not heard it. You know, there might be somebody that's got it recorded somewhere. But I've heard it one more time, but it was way off. And it didn't have the volume and force it did that first time. And it wasn't on Creepy Mountain. This is on a totally different piece of property. And it was way off. And the drum bull got pulled that night. And we've used the drum bull a lot more times and never get a response from it. But 2 times we got a response from it. Now, sometimes we got little howls and we've heard, you know, what would sound like whoops come back. But 2 times we got a roar at us that I have not heard again yet, you know. So it is interesting, you know, it's interesting.
I've heard the howls, but I've never heard. I don't think I want to hear the roar.
When you hear it, you will know it. You'll know what you've heard.
That can that you're talking about, that can is the first time I saw one used was on one of your earlier shows.
Yeah.
From your channel.
But I know several people
impressive.
have made them and tried them. So I think one person did get some howls back.
Yeah.
I know Spencer was really trying to use it up there in Virginia, but I don't think he got any responses. I did use it on Creepy Mountain one night with Spencer and Mark and Larry were there and Anthony, and we did get a response back, but it was not that roar. It was a howl a good mile away. So all it is, man, you just really need a coffee can. Plastic or metal works. Just take you a nail and just knock you a little hole in the center. Take you a nylon string, pull through it, take you something to tie on one end where the string won't pull out of the can. Make it about 4 foot long. You need to wet it with something. I've used water. My buddy always used kerosene. I think you can use wax. There's other things. Grip the drum bull with one hand. You take your thumb and your finger and you grip that string and you pull real fast. When you do, it'll make a just like that. And you know, you may have to practice with it, and you will tear your thumbnail up a little bit when you do it. It'll burn. So it might not hurt to put a little something on your finger because it will. I have burnt my finger doing it, you know, from the friction, but that thing will make a god-awful racket. It makes something that you ain't never really heard before. I mean, it don't sound like no lion, tiger, or none of that stuff, you know, that has a good roar to it. So.
Yeah. A snoring squatch will get their attention too. Mute him real quick.
Yeah. He's sleeping good right now.
Yeah.
I know, man. It's rough. It's rough when you farm and get up early in the mornings and trying to do that. I know it's tough. You know, I've been there.
Miss Mary took a report yesterday of a spider crawling Bigfoot. Wow. 30 foot away in western Pennsylvania.
I have never seen the spider crawling that I know of. That's one thing I have not witnessed.
I hear it's pretty creepy appearing.
It sounds like it is.
Yeah.
And maybe that's what that one was doing that night when it was sneaking up behind us,
Okay.
you know, at that outing and stood up behind my truck. That may be why I could hear the little subtle movement, you know, and it may have been what it was doing, you know. I don't know. So
Yeah, it's hard enough for a person like me just to get underneath a vehicle. Kumbo's talking about him laying underneath, an S10 truck or something. I can't
Right.
lay underneath an S10 truck.
Right.
You know, that's
Hillary
amazing.
had a question about they're illegal in some states to drum bull. I
Yes.
never heard that, but they may be. I don't know.
Yeah, I had
I
that
don't know
posted
why
up
they
there a
would
little
be
bit ago.
illegal though.
I don't
Might
know.
have to look into that.
That is a good question.
I don't know. I don't really know what those were made for. I heard they were made for pranks. Back in the older days, a lot of people didn't have toys or stuff, so they'd make stuff. I don't know how they came up with that one and why they made it that way, unless they were hearing boogers, and possibly they probably was, and I don't know. I mean, but I read a little something about it one time that they were made, to do pranks with and stuff. So that's what I was heard. I don't know if that's 100% correct, but
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth when you said maybe they made them to replicate the sound that they were hearing.
could be. I mean,
was
we
thinking
don't
the
know,
same thing.
But I don't know. I don't know why they'd be illegal. I mean, I don't really understand that one, but hey, you don't never know.
I don't know. You never know. Lord,
Have to
mercy.
look into that or something.
All right, everybody, 1, 2, 3, get ready to take a picture. Do a screenshot. There you go. Get your
Boy,
screenshot. Jeffrey.
What? Blue Eyed said she done a little research that people use them for elk hunting and where'd it go? There it is. And moose hunting.
Yeah. Moose hunting. Yeah. Man, I'm trying to chat. I can't believe how busy Chad is. Wow.
It's
I
they're
mean,
here
this
for
is,
the entertainment.
that could be true there. Yeah.
Moonshiners to scare folks. Yeah. I can understand that. Maybe they were trying to scare you that night, Jeff.
Uh-huh.
He'd walk right up by his window right there and pull one of them while he's sleeping.
Oh boy. He's got too many damn guns. No way.
There might be a hole in that window.
That's what I'm talking about.
Now, there's a lot of stuff,
Poor David.
over the years that I've experienced with other people.
Yeah.
Been on a lot of different properties around where I live at. Been to several other states, Georgia, Tennessee, Mississippi, Florida, Kentucky, Ohio, Arkansas, Texas. Been to some of those states. Some of them had stuff happen, some of them didn't. Most of my stuff's been right here within about a 30-mile radius where I live, which is pretty much Talladega County, Clay County, Shelby County, Coosa. Been to Birmingham one time, Jefferson County. Been over in St. Clair County. But most of it's been here within about a 30-mile radius where I live. And, most places I went to, we found stuff. Tree bows, footprints. Go back, hear vocals there at night. Sometimes get glimpses of stuff. Have rocks thrown at us, sticks thrown at us. Been screamed at a few times. It wasn't a roar; it was a scream, more of a scream. Wood knocks, the whoops. Heard talking. Keith recorded a good speech one night. I've played it on one of the videos. He got about 5-6 seconds of just this guttural talk. Couldn't make out anything. Had another research buddy. He was real good at audio. His name was Adam. He backed out of the Bigfoot community because he thought Bigfoot was demonic. So he backed out. But he was really getting some good audio from Creepy Mountain and other places. Now, some of the stuff, too, he was getting, I think, was paranormal. But there was one night in particular, I was running late getting up there. Him and another guy were already up there at the lake. I was running, I think I was about an hour behind. I can't even remember why. But when I come pulling up, you hear my truck pull up. You hear my door open. And I step out on the ground, and then you hear in the background something go, Marco, just like that.
Yeah.
Whoa.
And he caught that. They hadn't even spoke to me yet. They caught that. And then one night in particular, me and him left some recorders there at the lake. And you can hear us leave in the trucks. You can hear us shut the doors. You hear the truck crank up. You hear us leave. You hear this big splash in the lake. You hear this big pachug. And you can hear something swimming across that lake.
Oh, wow.
Just a few minutes later or a few seconds later, you hear something start walking up to the recorder. Then you hear something sniffing it and playing with it. You can hear it moving. It walks off. A few minutes later, you hear another splash in the lake. Something swim across that lake, walk right up there to that recorder, sniff it, play with it, and walk off. Now, you tell me what done that.
Right.
That wasn't no deer. That wasn't no, and this recorder is about 6 foot up on the side of a tree. So, I mean, just stuff like that, and then we'd hear, he'd get a lot of talking, but you couldn't make out what it was saying. I mean, it's just that jumbled up stuff, and catch a lot of vocals at night. You'd hear coyotes get stirred up, and then you'd hear that one howl in there that sounded different. And then there sometimes sound like coyotes were getting ripped apart. I mean, just crazy stuff. I mean, so just, yeah, man. Window got growled at up there. That was over there where the game camera picked up that whatever it was over by a tree. I mean, it could have been a bug on the lens. I don't think it was. I think something was by that tree. When Wendell went with me up there, we went up there and let him look around. And of course, I had Larry went with me one time, the skeptical guy. I always like to carry the skeptical ones with me. But they get up there and they start scratching their heads after a few minutes. But we got a good growl. And then later on, I was in there hunting and got growled at by myself in the same area. So tons of tree bows in there and 2 big old double X's in there. I caught all that on video, and several people seen it in person. Just tons of stuff.
Everybody, please smash the like button where Mary gets out of hand on us here.
Don't make her angry.
Don't make Miss Mary angry. My goodness. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing more about that spider crawling Bigfoot now. You going to talk about that tomorrow night, Mary?
Yeah, it does sound interesting.
Yeah.
I'll try to tune in, and I'll be at work, but maybe I can tune in and listen to it.
Well, we've been here 2 hours. Wow. I didn't think we'd be that long tonight, but we're here.
Oh, yeah. Oh, I can keep going for a while and tell y'all all kind of stuff. But I mean, a lot
Nice
of it I've
talking to
told on the video. I don't know how long everybody wants to stay up, but
Well, there's a
I mean,
6-hour show mark we can beat.
oh, I don't know. Think we won't try that.
That we go.
I think I'll pass on that one.
No.
But I'll tell you a good one. This is one that was strange. At one time, I lived on the south side of the mountain. Me and Keith was doing research up there. And I had a watermelon patch that year. And everybody knows I grow a lot of watermelons. That's one of my favorite things to grow.
Mm-hmm.
And that year, and of course, I had boogers coming to the house. They done figured out where I lived at. And they would come down there at night sometimes. Had some of the neighbors stirred up because they were visiting the neighbors too. And I mean, it's wild how that went on for a little while. It tickles me the way some of them folks would describe and stuff. You know, I know it's serious, but also some of the things they would tell you. But, you know, I noticed I had that summer some watermelons going missing. I said, well, maybe the boogers are getting a few. Then I thought about some of the neighborhood kids because there was some other kids lived there down in there around me. Didn't think too much about it. Well, on up in hunting season, Keith is bow hunting over on the field. He has some does come in on the field. He decides to harvest one of them. And he harvests her, and she falls there in the field. As soon as he lets go of that air and it hits that deer, he said it sounded like Planet of the Apes around him. He said whooping and hollering, carrying on is all in the woods surrounding him. Scared him to death. He comes out, and he was in a shooting house, but the shooting house is big enough where he could use a bow. Had a big enough opening in it. He comes out, takes off up the road to his truck. He gets up to the truck. He gets to thinking about it. He said, well, I got a shotgun sitting here in the truck. He said, I ain't going to let something take my deer that easy. So he flies down there in the truck. The deer's still sitting there in the field. He gets out. Just dead silence down there. It holds the deer up, takes off. He calls me at night, tells me about it. He says, he told me where he's hunting. He said, you know, I shot a deer. He said, when I did, he said, it sounded like Planet of the Apes stirred up around me. He said, I got out of there, but I did get the deer. That's okay. He said, I'm going to go back tomorrow and I'm going to carry the remains back to that area and I'm going to put them out and I'm going to holler. Then I'm going to leave. It's okay. So he goes back the next day, puts what's left of the deer there. He does some hooping and hollering. He gets in his truck and leaves. He waits a couple of days and he goes back. He goes to that spot and there's a watermelon laying there. The deer's gone. Now, my watermelons were in August. This is in October. He calls me. He said, you at home? I said, yeah. He said, can you run up here real quick on the club? I said, yeah, it'll take me a few minutes to get up there. To where he was, take about 30 minutes because you can't run that fast on them roads up there because they're so rough. So I head on. He ain't told me what's laying there. He just said, I need you to come look at something. I get there. He said, I want you to come look. He said, I ain't even touched it. I want you to look at something. So I walk up. He said, is that one of your watermelons from your field? I said, well, it looks like it. I said, what's it doing here? He said, I found it here. This is where I put the deer. You know, what I had left over from the deer. And he said, this watermelon's laying here. I said, well, It looks like my type. It looked like the tender sweets. That's what I grew, tender sweet yellow meat. I said, put it on the truck and cut it open. Look at it. And we opened that watermelon, the yellow meat, just like mine. Even the seed looked like the tender sweet because they got a little black ring on. That's how you know the tender sweets. I said, yeah, it looks like one of my watermelons. But I said, my watermelon's been gone since August, and here it is, mid-October. And I said, this watermelon ought to be rotten. Especially ones to stay outside like that. So then it dawned on me, something my daddy had told me one time. He said when they were growing up, in the rural South in the 1930s, they didn't have air conditioning and none of that. They would take watermelons that were late season watermelons, like in August, and they would roll those watermelons up under the bed on a wood floor in the dark area. And he said they would eat good watermelons at Christmas. That'd be from August to September. So I got thinking about it, and I said, are they, did they store these watermelons somewhere up there on that mountain and keep them from rotting? Of course, up on that mountain, there's rock cliffs, there's caves. Of course, caves would have a lot of humidity in it, so I would think, But also, one thing that hit me like a ton of bricks, a lot of pine straw up there. And I got thinking, I said, I wonder if they're burying them under pine straw. That would keep the sun off of them. They'd keep them at a certain temperature all the time. So that's one that I cannot explain. It's just weird that you would find a watermelon, 2 months later. But then when I got thinking about what my daddy said about them storing them under the bed and having them at Christmas and they would still be good, made me get to thinking, is that possible? So me and Rebecca decided to do a experiment because I told her about that, and her being in their plants and farming and the herbs. I said, let's save a watermelon. I had a little old patch. I said, I'm going to save watermelons. I'm going to save one. I'm going to put it somewhere in the house, and we're going to see how long that thing stays good. So we put it in there in August, and I pulled it out in May. When I cut that watermelon open, I will say the inside did not look very appealing. The outside was still hard as a rock, but the inside of it had deteriorated a little bit. I probably wouldn't have ate it. It was still meaty looking, but you could tell it broke down inside. That watermelon stayed from August to May without the outside of it showing any signs of rot. And when I looked at the rind, that watermelon was not rotten anywhere in the rind part of it. Only in the middle, right where the heart was it starting to look rough looking. It kind of had that little slimy look. Closer to the rind, the meat was still good. And what I mean by meat, that's the meat of the watermelon. It still looked good. That told me something right then. That if they've got, that's true, it may have fermented by that time. That would tell me that they might could store stuff too. If they're that smart, they might put stuff back. Not saying that's what took place, but that's one of those crazy things that we came across. I know it don't make no sense, but going back to what my dad said, and then me and Rebecca doing an experiment, I seen it was possible. They can bury them in pine straw. If any of y'all know, here in the deep South, we got pine plantations everywhere. Pine straw sometimes get a foot deep. You can take that pine straw and pile it up. Then come big, heavy rains. That water won't hardly penetrate that pine straw. I mean, it has to do a heck of a lot of raining for that pine straw to get wet at the very bottom. Um, Plus, us having rock cliffs and caves up there on the club. Of course, I know a cave gets a lot of humidity in it, but they do stay the same temperature year round. So, I mean, there's several possibilities on that, and that was just strange that took place. Um, and of course, they left us all kind of stuff when we were feeding them. Uh, and of course, we didn't start feeding them till later on. That watermelon incident was kind of one of the first things that happened of that nature. And then when we started feeding them later on that next summer, because we fed them in the summer, we didn't feed them in the winter because people would be hunting up there, and we wanted to take the human effect out of it. Make sure we wasn't getting played with by a human. We went dead middle of summer, and done our baiting, and they would leave us pretty quartz rocks. They would leave us flowers, nuts. I don't know where they get the nuts from at the time of year, but they were getting them from somewhere. That also made me wonder if they were storing stuff, because it'd be like a pile of hickory nuts, but it'd be the hickory nuts from that past winter. But it'd be the new ones that had the green hull still on them. These would be done hulled out. Piles of acorns. There's no acorns on yet. These, green acorns are still on trees. These are brown acorns. So that told me and Keith, it almost sounded like they were storing stuff, or they knew where other animals were storing their stuff and they were stealing it from them. I don't know, because squirrels and some animals do put stuff up. So that was some things that we were catching. Just crazy stuff that just didn't make sense to us. But that's what we were coming up with. Love to have Keith. I need to really go sit down with him one day and me and him do a video and really go deep into when we were feeding and everything that happened with me and him up there. And then a lot of other people. There's tons of people that's been up there and experienced a lot of stuff. Flat Rock, he's in chat now. He's been up there several times. Pat Rance, he goes up there 2 or 3 times a year. He's had crazy stuff. Greg's been up there before. Spencer, Connie Willis. There's so many people been up there over the years, and most of them has had activity. We've had some kind of activity going on when they've been up there. So it's just a active place, and they're there, Now you talking about? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. I just agree with you. Definitely active. Yeah.
Yep. Now, there's 2 things that happen up there with 2 women, and this involves them hunting. We had a guy join the club, and he was from down around Montgomery, and he was looking for him a new place to turkey hunt, but he deer hunted a little bit, and he had a camper, and he brought his camper. He joined the club, brought his camper, put up there by the sign-in board. But at the same time, we had 4 boys from Auburn. They were going to college at Auburn. They had joined the hunting club, and they'd come up on Friday evening, and they would hunt Saturday and Sunday, and they'd drive back and go to school, Monday through Friday. Well, I'm not going to say, I'll say his name. Ain't nobody going. His name was Mr. Clifton. Had his camper over here on one side of the sign-in board, and these college boys, as we called them, had theirs over here. Well, we was going in and out. We'd go coon hunting. We'd talk to them on the weekends. We'd go through. Well, one day I happened to pull up there in the daytime, and Mr. Clifton walked up to me. He said, "Hey, Mark, I want to talk to you a minute." That's okay. He said, what's up here on this mountain? And I looked at him and said, what do you mean what's up here on this mountain? He said, well, he said, I've been going over in certain parts of the club and I hear these rock clicking start happening. Like somebody's got rocks over beating them together. And then he said, I've been up here at this camper by myself at night and hear stuff walking around my camper. And he said, one night I seen a silhouette go by the camper. And he said, the time I got out there, it was gone. And he said, and then one night I found my camper door open. And I looked at him. I said, well, you wouldn't believe me if I told you. He said, you got Bigfoot up here, don't you? I said, yes, sir. I said, yeah, that's what we got. He said, yeah, I've dealt with them before. And I said, you have? He said, that's why I left that club in Montgomery. I said, oh, okay. He said, well, if they ain't bothering me, I ain't going to bother them. He said, they ain't going to run me off from everywhere I go. I said, okay. I said, well, keep me in the loop when you hear stuff. Well, every now and then his wife would come up to hunt with him. Well, in the meantime, one night, me and Keith, Pat, and somebody else was over at the lake. And we were researching that night. This was during hunting season. Back then, I could get away with it a little more than I could now. We were all sitting over at the lake. Mr. Clifton, he wasn't there that weekend, but the college boys was. About that time, we hear a truck coming from the sign-in board, and you can tell this truck is going as fast as it can go up on that road up there. Sound like they're about to tear that truck apart. They turn and come down that lake road toward us. We're like, what in the world is going on? All of a sudden, these four boys pulled up in their truck, and they're out of breath, wild-eyed looking. And one of the boys said, there's something up there at our camper. We finally get him. I said, what are you talking about? What's up there at the camper? He said, I don't know, but it was in the bushes. It was in the trees looking at us. And he said, I seen its face, and it let the limbs go back. And I said, what does its face look like? He said, it had a human ape look to it. And I said, you boys been drinking? Well, yeah, we've had a few beers, but he said, he said, I seen that. He called me Mr. Green. He said, I seen it now. He said, I seen what y'all looking for. He said, I know what y'all up here doing at night. He said, something Clifton let that out of the bag. I said, okay. And I said, so we went back up there with them. And them boys didn't even stay that night. They left. Me and Keith and Pat and all walked around. We didn't see nothing. But what the boys said, they were sitting around the fire. They was drinking a few beers. And one of the boys just happened to look up, and he seen pine limbs pulled back. And he said all he could see was a big face with a head looking at him. As soon as he looked at it, it seen him, and it let the limbs go. And that's when they come over with us. Well, they came back and started hunting again, but I think they got a little leery about it. But toward the end of hunting season, Mr. Clifton's wife comes up to hunt with him one day. And he carries her toward the lake, and we have some green fields on the left side of the road. One of them's down there about a mile. You got to go down to that green field. And that's where he carries his wife with a pop-up shooting blind. And he tells her, he said, I'm going to put you right here. You watch this green field. And he's on his four-wheeler, and he said, I'm going to go over here and hunt on this side of the club. And he said, I'll come back toward dark and get you. So he said she hadn't been in the blind maybe a few minutes, and she hears him going on. She can hear the four-wheeler leaving. And she starts hearing footsteps behind her coming toward her. Well, she's thinking another hunter has showed up, and she hollers out, hey, I'm in here. To let whoever that is coming up toward her, let her know. Well, they didn't answer. Well, about that time, she sees her shooting blind start pushing in. And that's when she hollers out, hey, I will shoot you. Well, whatever it is, she hears it start running and jumps off in the bushes. Well, she comes out of the shooting house and she's looking around, done got her rifle up. She's looking around. She calls her husband. She says, "Hey, get back over here with me. Something just walked up behind me and pushed on the shooting blind, and it didn't answer me or nothing." He tells her, he said, "You start walking." He said, "I'm on the way. You start walking." He said, "Stay on the phone with me." Well, she starts walking. She starts hearing whatever it is paralleling her, but she cannot see it. She keeps looking, but she cannot see it, but she can hear it walking with her. And she tells him, she said, "It's walking beside me, but I cannot see it." He said, "Well, if it comes towards you, you shoot it. But you just keep walking. I'm on the way." Well, he's a good piece off. And of course, she's a mile in there. Well, she's walking. And of course, a lot of this is uphill. She can't walk real fast, but she can keeps hearing it. It's breaking limbs. It's doing all kind of stuff. And finally, she could hear his four-wheeler. But as soon as she can hear the four-wheeler, I guess this heard the four-wheeler, it quits. She keeps walking, and it doesn't follow her anymore. Of course, she gets up to he gets to her, gets her on the four-wheeler, and gets her calmed down. And they go back, and she said, "You're not staying in this hunting club no more." And then a few days later, he calls me on the phone. He tells me, he said, "Mark," he tells me what went on. He said, "Mark, I'm leaving the club after turkey season. My wife just ain't going to come up here and hunt with these things up here. I believe that's what was fooling with her, was one of these Bigfoot." And he said, and he left that year. Well, so there's two different set of hunters that had some little run-ins. Well, we had another woman and husband in the club, and I know people have heard me call out number 4 field on the club. This is where Keith and several other ladies seen what they say was a portal open up and shut. This lady, this is a totally different lady. Her and her husband go up there to hunt one day. He puts her in this number 4 field shooting house. It's elevated off the ground about 6 foot. He goes on up about a mile from her. He's in his truck, and she's sitting there in the shooting house. Been there about 30 minutes. She starts seeing something move on the other end of the green field, and she watches this 2-legged, what she called big monkey, what she called it, step out in the field and squat in front of her, looking straight at her. She gave details. She said it had a paper face, about 6 foot tall. She said it wasn't built like no linebacker. She said it built like a track star, lanky. This woman gets shook up. She calls her husband, says, "Get down here to me now." In the meantime, she starts hearing movement behind her, stuff walking around. So all this is going on. She's nervous wreck. You can start here. She says you can hear the truck. I talked to her personally about this. She said you could hear her husband coming. This thing raises up, turns around, walks right back into the woods, and the sounds behind her quit. As soon as her husband gets there, he comes up to the shooting house. He gets her out. He stayed a member of the club several more years. She would come hunt, but she would not hunt by herself up there no more. She would sit with him. And what she told me, she said, "Mark, whatever I seen, it was brownish color, about 6 foot tall, had a human apish face. But what got me, it had enough gall that it stepped out into that green field and squatted in front of her." Now, I don't know what it was up to. Was it trying to divert all her attention to it, to where whatever was behind could get closer, or what? I mean, I don't understand that one and never have understood it. And I've talked to a lot of other people about it. And they like me, they said, I don't know why that one would have done that unless it was trying to cause a diversion for something else. And I mean, that's the only thing I could come up with. And that lady, she never did hunt by herself up there again. They got out in 2018 when they got out of the club, her and her husband. When she came, she was with him, and she sit in the shooting house with him. And she did not like that place after dark either. When dark comes, she was ready to go.
Yeah, no doubt.
So that's some of the crazy stuff that's went on up there. And I mean, there's still tons more. I mean, it almost sounds unbelievable. But the thing is, I've got witnesses
Sure.
all over that can back it up. Some of them, if I could get them on YouTube, you know, let them tell their own story, I'd love to. Some of them just ain't going to get on YouTube and do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Just
that's
record them. Yeah.
Yeah.
If they'll even do that. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, you know, as people said earlier in chat, you know, they said if Mark Green says it, it happened. So, or
that's all I can tell you. It's what I've experienced, or I'm telling you what other people have experienced. And those people, I think I've only had one that ever tried to BS me, was one person. And I think they were trying to get money.
right.
They're supposed to be a family that grew up with them on their farm. And when I contacted them, they were more worried about how much money I was going to pay them for the story than it was anything. And that kind of put red flags there.
Yep.
And I told them, I said, look, I don't do this for money. I do this to figure out where these things are. And that's what I'm, you know, I mean, what I've always done it because, you know, that 2000 sighting in Lowndes County is what got my curiosity going, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, from there, that's where, you know, it's where the world was opened up to. And I started off flesh and blood like most people. Now I realize there's a lot more to them. From friends that's witnessed stuff, and for me, witnessing weird stuff. Them just coming to each place I've lived is weird. I'm gonna just go ahead and tell you that now.
Yeah.
Of course, I've always lived within 2 or 3 miles of Creepy Mountain, so I'm gonna be easy to find. No doubt about that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they probably know my truck. They probably know my smell. You know, so I'm probably pretty easy to find. And Rebecca can back me up, and several other people can back me up. They show up wherever I move to. You know, I showed up to my first home. My sister-in-law was the one that found that out for me. The same one that was there with me that night that one rose up behind the truck. She was babysitting for us. Wife was going to Ohio for who she worked for. I was on third shift. She was babysitting for us. I get a call at 11 o'clock at night. And I knew her calling me at 11 o'clock at night, something was up. Of course, in my brain, I was thinking my kids. You know, one of them was sick or something was going on. When I said, hey, hello, first thing out of her mouth, she says, why does it sound like a zoo in your backyard for? That was her exact word. Why
Yeah.
in your backyard? And this was before all that stuff happened up, you know, before we seen the one stand up behind the truck. She knew I was doing that a little bit, but she didn't know I was into it that deep. And she said, I said, what are you talking about? She said, it sounded like a bunch of monkeys and apes in the backyard. And she said, hold on, listen. She stuck the phone out the door, and yeah, you could hear it. And I said, well, where's my dogs at? She said, they're all piled up on the porch, cowering down by the wall. I said, where's my horses? She said, well, hold on a minute. I said, well, flip all the floodlights on everywhere. She said, I'd already got them all on. And she went and looked. And I used to have a gate at this when I lived at this house, I had like a man gate that I used to walk into the pasture to go to the barn. And it was the closest gate to the house, and it was right by my driveway. And she said they're both got their butts up against the gate looking out in the pasture where all this hooping and hollering is coming from. And I told her, I said, well, I think you know what that is. She said, they have come to your house. I said, yeah, it sounds like it. I said, you're the one that's let me know about it. And then, of course, that fired her up. She got real interested in the stuff, and she still is to the day. I still run into her every now and then, and she's still into it. In fact, she got into it real big for a long time, and but she is the one to let me know that they were showing up at the house, and of course that unnerved me because they're showing up at my home,
Right.
and I got little kids there, and then that's what I started finding out. The neighbors were hearing them. Or hearing something. I mean, they didn't come out and say Bigfoot, but they was asking, like, what are we hearing? And, found out one of the neighbors was having a peeping Tom. She thought it was a human. But when I went up there and looked at her house, her kitchen window, where whatever was looking in at her, was 6 foot off the ground. And whatever this was standing up high enough that she could see the whole head, so that put it around 7 foot.
Yeah.
And I looked at her and I said, I don't know many peeping Toms that tote buckets around with them. So, and she said, she looked and said, you made a point there, And she was a corrections officer at a county jail here. I mean, she was a tough lady. And I mean, she gave me a look, and it hit her what I was saying. She said, I don't know many peeping Toms that tote stuff with them to look in people's windows, And so, I didn't come out and tell her Bigfoot, but I think that's what she had was one of them coming up there peeping at her because she worked second shift. Her husband worked third. She would get home. He'd done be left for work. She'd get home. Well, she'd get home. She would go watch TV and sit around a little while. And she'd be in there in the kitchen fixing her something to drink. She'd look at the window and it'd be right there looking at her. Well, her property bordered a creepy mountain. It bordered that Timberlands company property. And there's a holler that comes right in the back of her yard that I could walk up that holler and I could go right into the hunting club and real easy. In fact, I went and walked it several times and I've found some stuff that looked real interesting. And I think they would come down that holler at night and they'd probably stop at her house. Then they'd be bop on down to my place, which I lived half a mile past her. And it was all woods right there. And they had a straight shot to me. And, of course, there's a branch that come out of that holler too. And that branch crossed right by her house. And that branch come right down there to my place. So, they come right down there where I was at. So, and that was just some of the stuff that went on down there. And, while I lived there. And then when I got a divorce in 2013, I moved up the road and rented a house for a while, about a half a mile away from my original house. Well, they showed up there. And then later on, I moved on up the road to another rental house, and they ended up showing up there. And then when me and Rebecca got married and bought this place, they showed up here. So, but it's always been within a few miles of Creepy Mountain. And then, the neighbors around me, some of the neighbors here have seen them, especially an older lady over here about a half a mile away. She, about 10:30 at night, out on her steps, smoking a cigarette, letting her dog use the restroom. She watches what she thought for a minute was a big dog come out of the wood line across the road. There's a street light out there in her neighbor's yard. So it was putting off enough light she could see it. It was on all fours, and she was thinking to herself, she said, good Lord, that's a big old dog. it comes on. It ain't coming toward her. It's heading toward her neighbor's house. Well, she's an animal lover. So she starts calling to it. She says, "Hey, Poochie, come in." Well, Poochie didn't come there. Poochie stood up on two legs and looked at her. And this lady, I mean, it's kind of funny when she told me, I got to laugh, and I said, "Ma'am, I don't mean to laugh." She said, "It's okay, son. Don't worry about it." She said, I know what you mean. She said, "But the face," I mean, the woman kept saying the face. And I said, "What do you mean the face?" She said, "It was white, almost like a skeleton looking at me." And she said, "It looked right at me. It turned and walked right back across that road where it come from." And she said, "I went right back in the trailer." And we kept on talking. I said, "Well, what else you had happen here at your place?" She said, "Well, I always, got meth heads." She called them meth heads that live up behind me up in the woods there. And so I don't know, I don't understand why they come down here and beat on my bedroom walls next to me. And I'm going, I said, "Ma'am, I don't know if them meth heads are doing that." And she said, "And then I'll go out in the yard at night." And she said, "I'd smell this god awful smell." She said, "It smelled like something dead and rotten and garbage." And then she said, "I'd find my flower pots moved, and she said, I got a little tool shed right out there." She said, "I ain't hardly got nothing in it," but she said, "I'll find the rake or something laying out on the ground." And she was thinking them meth heads that live back up in the woods was doing all that. And I told her, I said, "Ma'am, I don't think it's meth heads." I said, "I think it was the thing you seen come across the road." I said, "It's over here checking." I said, "I don't know why somebody would want to come beat on your bedroom window knowing that you're going to call the law or something." And she got to looking at me. Well, about that time, while me and her was talking, here come the neighbor where this booger was heading toward. She comes over because I guess she done got curious why I was over there. Probably didn't know who I was, why I was over at that lady's house talking. So here she comes. And the lady tells him, "This is Mark. He lives back down the road. He's over here about that thing I seen that night over here." She said, "Oh, yeah. My son-in-law seen it one night too." I said, "Oh, he did." And so, I'm sitting here and this is starting to get interesting here. I mean, I'm starting to hear more and more. And so, I'm thinking, why would that booger be heading toward their house over? And because he had a little fenced-in yard, and she had dogs. I said, "Well, does your dogs get tore up a lot?" And she said, "Well, they used to, but they won't hardly bark no more." And I said, "Well, you notice anything else?" She said, "Well, I go through a lot of dog food." And I said, "What do you mean you go through a lot of dog food?" She said, "Well, I got a tote on the porch." And she said, "I'll fill that thing up." And she said, "I know them two dogs can't be eating all that food." I said, "Was the dogs eat out of the tote or are you pouring it in a bowl?" She said, "No, I pour it in a bowl." And I said, "Ma'am, I don't think your dogs is eating all that dog food." And then it clicked with me. I said, "I think that booger is coming over here to your house eating that dog food." I said, "You need to put that tote up in your house." And that's what she did. And I think things calmed down over there. And the neighbor right on the other side of them is the one that had chickens go missing. And her husband built a very nice chicken coop.
Southern Belle.
Very nice chicken coop.
Yeah.
Well, they called me. Want to know if I come over there. "Yes, ma'am." She described it like a skeleton. "Yes, ma'am." She said, "Almost looked like a skeleton in the face." That's what she kept emphasizing, the face, the face, the face. I mean, she said that more than anything. So, because it turned and looked right at her. And that's what freaked her out, was when it really turned and looked at her and she seen the face. But this other neighbor called about some chickens had gone missing out of their coop and said there was a big, pretty round hole in the back of the coop. Well, I'm thinking coon, because coon will tear a chicken wire easy and get in the chickens. So we go over there, and Rebecca goes with me. We're over there walking around. I walk to the back side of the chicken Well, the first thing I noticed, the hole's way up here. It ain't down here. It's up here, about 6 foot. And I'm going like, man, why'd that coon climb all the way up there? I'm thinking this hole is pretty round. I mean, just pretty. And I get to looking at the ground, and the whole ground is just padded right there. And I'm going like, this is weird. Well, about that time, Rebecca and the lady is over there walking. The lady had a little small garden over there. Rebecca hollers at me and said, come over here. There's a footprint over here. I walk over, and sure enough, right in the edge of that garden, in that plowed dirt, there's a footprint and it wasn't big now, about 9 inches. Not real big. And you can see the toes. And of course, I asked the lady, I said, you ain't been out here walking barefooted, doesn't she? She said, no, I don't walk barefooted. She said, I not got to be old. When we get older, we can't walk outside much barefooted anymore. Hurts too much. But she said, so we caught what I think was a booger coming to get them chickens, and he stepped in the edge of that garden and went around, No, I think she looked at a booger because she described its head. She said the head looked human looking or shaped like a human. I mean, it didn't have a muzzle or ears. She said it was brown looking. And she said when it stood up, it was probably 7, 8 foot tall. But she said the face was just solid white, but it had a head like us. It didn't have a comb head or none of that. She said it was lanky, what she remembered of it. And then the son-in-law described pretty much the same, because I got to talk to him finally. He described the same thing. He got off work when he worked second shift. He got off at 7 o'clock at night. He pulled in the driveway a little after 11. He got out the car, to smoke a cigarette before he went in. Happened to look at the wood line, and it was standing in the wood line looking at him. There's enough light off that street light that this one showed up, and he thinks it was the same one that lady had seen. So he said his face looked white looking. It was probably about 7, 8 foot tall. He looked at it. He took off to the house. He didn't even look back, went in. And so haven't heard anything from them lately. To know if anything else is going on over there. So over here on the other side of me, about a half a mile, another neighbor gets in touch with me. Because this neighbor knew I fooled with this stuff a little bit. Because I'd been knowing her a good while. And she said, Mark, I'm having some weird stuff going on over here at the house. I said, okay. So we go over there, me and Rebecca go. And she said, I threw out a bunch of muscadimes up there in the woods the other day. And she said, I just happened to be taking the dogs walking. But she had 2 dogs she keeps on a run in her backyard. And she lets them off every now and then. About every couple of days she lets them off to run. And she said, well, I was walking back up there on the edge of the woods. And she said, I come to that pile of muscadimes, and she said the pile is there neatly, but every muscadine has been pushed out. And if any of y'all in the South know what I'm talking about, a lot of people don't eat the hulls. They'll sit there and mash the muscadine into their mouth. They won't eat the hull. Well, that's what these were. Coon does not do that. Fox does not do that. Deer do not do that I know of. The only thing I know it does that is either a human or something else that has hands.
Mm-hmm.
There was a neat little pile, and we got to looking. I got to walk around looking. I found some tracks. It was hard to make them out, but there were some tracks. But what really got me was there was a freaking trail leaving from her house, going right down the woods, and 7, 8 foot up wasn't a limb, and you could tell this trail just as pretty. And I walked down a little piece, and there was some more look like tracks in there. Well, then she went to telling me that they'd heard stuff at night. They've heard stuff around their house at night. something has let her dogs off the runs at night because she'd have to go out there and catch the dogs, put them back up on the runs. Her dogs wouldn't bark at night either. Then one day her husband was cutting grass and he was making rounds, and he just happened to look up in the woods and he could see something from the waist down that he claimed looked hairy looking. And he says on two legs looking at him, but he could not see waist up because there was bushes in the way. He thought he was maybe seeing something, or maybe his eyes were imagining something. So he made another round. When he come back, it wasn't there again. They installed cameras on their place. Told them put up more floodlights on their place. Well, they started catching shadows on their cameras. This would not walk in front of the camera, but you'd see the shadow come up. It's like it knew that camera was there, and it'd get to a certain point, but I guess it didn't realize this shadow was casting across there. That camera would catch it. You could tell it was on two legs. There's no doubt. I mean, you could see that. You could see that shadow come in. You could tell. You could see two big legs standing there, and you could see a big body standing there. And whatever it was, whatever come in front of that camera, it just get close and it back up. And I mean, I think it's same group. They're over here at my house. They go over here. They go over here. Of course, a lot of people know what what caught in the corn patch a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
In fact, two ladies helped me with that's in the chat right now, Miss Bama and Miss Pat. I didn't know they were there. Miss Bama caught that. Then Miss Pat went back and caught some more. I never knew they were there. I mean, it's crazy.
Mark, can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah.
Okay. It's kind of backtracking a little bit, but it's kind of on the same thing. Mary and Todd were very interested in the neighbor's description of the face. Was it white like a skeleton, or did it look like a skeleton, or can you kind of go into more depth on that? Or
the lady said it was white like a skeleton, but she couldn't really see its eyes. She just said it had this white look around it, and she said skeleton-like, and that's what she said. Because she said that's what really struck her odd, and that's why she kept saying the face. I mean, the lady really emphasized the face, and then that guy, he brought that up. The face looked white looking, So, but of course, as soon as she seen it turn around, walk off, she in the trailer, and that guy done the same thing. As soon as he looked over at the tree line, seen it, he was in the trailer, went in the house. So, both of them didn't look at it long. They were both in the house. So she said skeleton-like, the whiteness. But she did say, I asked her about the eyes. She did tell me she couldn't see the eyes. So if that's the same, now in these pictures that come from the corn patch, I didn't see one like that. The big, tall, black one in there now, he had one ugly face. I don't know what he is. But like he has ribs coming out. I mean, they're like, but his face ain't white. It's almost black, whatever he is. And looks like there's one standing there with him, but it's just hard to tell. His face looks real dark gray. Looks like it's standing, and it's almost tall as him, standing there with him. They're further back in the corn. And that corn was 10 to 12 foot tall because it was white field corn, or not white corn. It was the Jimmy Red, and they get up 10, 12 foot tall. That one was standing further back in the corn patch. There were some in front of him, or it, or whatever it is, that were closer to me. And I don't know if they were stooping down and peering out the corn at me, or if they were standing up. If they were standing up, they wasn't real tall. Could have been juvenile. One of them has a comb head. The other one has a weird head. Almost looks like a bucket sitting on its head. I hate to say that, but that's what it looks like.
Wow.
There's another one that has pointed ears and a little muzzle. Looks like a little dog. I don't know. And then there's another one that's pretty tall, that's off to the side that I didn't catch for a long time. And finally somebody said, what's the one over here on the side with the ears and the snout? And I went, look, this there. I mean, there's 4 of them in the picture at one time. One of them you can't tell. You can tell it's standing back. And the old big one, he's way back there in the back with the other one. And then there's like 4 up kind of up front. The one with the comb head. Then the one with it looks like a bucket on its head, what it looks like to me. But then over here in this corner, it looked like it was, it looks like a dog, man. I hate to say that, but that's what it looks like, you know. Just weird pictures, man. I mean, I've had people look at it and tell me, hey, there's something there. I just don't know what it is. I've had some people say, that's boogers. I've had some people say, man, that's the camera playing with lights. I mean, I've heard every kind of explanation on earth. There was something there. What? I mean, it's hard to say what they are, you know. Definitely one of them had a comb head and has a humanish, apish face, you know. The other one, though, that has what I call the ribs. Now that's just weird there now. I don't even like to look at that one too much. That kind of freaks me out when I look at that one a little bit.
That is trippy.
Yeah. And you can go back and look at the videos, the corn patch. I can't remember the name of them now, but you can go back and slow that video down real slow. I don't forgot what mark it is, the 25-minute mark to the 27-minute mark, somewhere in there. You can slow it down, and you can see when I pan around with that video camera, they're right there at me. You know, they're within 20, 30 foot of me when I swing around, maybe a little further, maybe 30, but they're right there, you know, just as pretty as you please. And so you take that with the corn patch, what's went on over there, what's went over here across the road, then Creepy Mountain 2.5 miles from here, you know. And there's no telling what else that's went on around here that I don't know about. There's just no telling, you know.
So I have another question for you. Somebody sent me a direct message earlier. Have you ever had something peeking in that window behind you right there that you know of?
Not as I know of. But Rebecca, I was at work in the bedroom. We have a window air conditioning unit in there because this house does not have central air and heat, so it's got window units. When there was a little while, they were hitting the house and stuff. Stuff was getting thrown, hitting the back door. Stuff was hitting the house. One night she is laying in the bed, and sister used to would bark at that window a lot, there where the air conditioner is. Of course, I was finding my solar floodlights turned off. Actually flipped off. One of them is 10 foot off the ground. I had to take a ladder to get up there and turn it back on. I finally went and got a different type of solar light where it couldn't get turned off no more. These were actually getting turned off. I'd reach up there and turn it back on. It'd come on. I'd be like, man. But one night, she said sister went ballistic at that window, just carrying on. Next day, I happened to walk around there, and the fins in the back end of the air conditioner, just as pretty as you please, was like a big thumbprint. It was like something put its hand on top of that unit, and its thumb went over there. Maybe it was bracing itself, and its thumb went into those fins. When I stick my thumb in there, it's that much bigger. And I've showed it on video. I've showed a lot of people that come here. I believe that was peeping in the window.
Yeah.
And that seal of the window, the bottom seal of the window, is right about here on me. So a man with the air conditioner could not peep in there unless you were using a ladder or something like that. That's the only way you could get up and look over. And plus, you got all that in the way. Plus, she had a curtain there. It's kind of like these here. But, at nighttime, if that light's on, you can still see through those type curtains a little bit, So that's, some stuff that's went on here. And, just crazy stuff. The solar lights is another one that really kind of tripped me out, or really, it was puzzling because I kept saying, how do they keep getting turned off all the time? And the only thing I could come up with is they were turning them off. That's the only thing I can come up with. And that side of the house where the bedrooms are, so that's the ones that were getting turned off. And they're 10 foot off the ground. I had to get a 6-foot step ladder and climb up there and turn them back on.
Wow.
I finally went and bought a different type that's hard to turn off and on. You have to really play with it. That other one was a push button. You could just push it off, push it back on. And it's right there real easy to get to. This one here is kind of a flip switch, and it's in back behind it. And a big finger can't hardly get in there. My finger can barely fit back there to flip it on. So I'm not saying the booger done it, but something. I don't know what else around here be coming around turning the lights off at night for you, especially 10 foot off the ground.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
That is crazy.
you're not the only one that said something like that.
Nope.
They've had bulbs unscrewed, just still up in there, but unscrewed enough where they wouldn't light up anymore.
Wow.
So, yeah,
There's just tons of stuff, just tons of. I never forget the morning Rebecca called me. She was on the way to work, and this was some weird stuff going on at that time. I would come home and find her parking lights on her car on in the mornings. I said, babe, why are you leaving your parking lights on for? I didn't leave them on. I said, well, they're on out there. Well, one morning she calls me. She's on the way to Talladega to work. And she said, I just took some pictures of my windshield and I'm going to send them to you. Come back and this big handprint. But what the deal is, it's on the inside of the car. It ain't on the outside of the car.
Mm.
And the ends of it almost look like claws on it, or real long fingernails or something. I told her, I said, start locking your car up. As soon as she started locking that car, and lights never come on, and we never seen nothing again on that car. So I think the Sun Guns was opening the door, playing with the car. That's the only thing I can figure out. Because we live here in a place where people don't bother much stuff. You can kind of leave your vehicle unlocked and not have no trouble. But after 2 or 3 times finding her parking lights on, and then that morning she's sending me pictures of a handprint. And then once she didn't wipe it off. She got home, and you have to get light in a certain way to see it. You couldn't just look at it and see it. It has to be light, and you could see it. But when she finally cleaned it off, it was on the inside of the car. It was not on the outside of the car. And it was greasy looking. It was oily looking.
Mm-hmm. My sister has the car she had before. She had 2. She would sleep in her car. In fact, in 2019, when we had our experience up when we were elk hunting, she was sleeping in her car there. And I think that's when the handprints happened. But it looked like if something was leaning over the hood and had both big. I'm not huge. I'm 6 foot. I got good sized hands, but these hands were like huge, and just like if it was leaning against the windshield, looking in at her while she was sleeping.
Wow.
Yeah. And you could see them only in certain light, especially like every morning it's damp here. So you have a lot of dew and stuff when there's moisture on the windshield, you could see it best. Like you said, that greasy film would show up better. Yeah, it was really trippy.
When Barton Nunley was here last year, we found a bunch of handprints on his car out here. Gary's seen them. I mean, that was wild. I mean, there was handprints all over his car, and they were oily looking, and I mean, it was wild. And we found one night on the hunting club, we were coon hunting, and it was real dusty on the club during that time period, and we went to our dogs. We got back. Well, when I stepped in the road, I could smell. I said, "Good Lord." I mean, it was stinking around there. In fact, I think one of them took a leak there at my truck because there was a wet spot there by my truck. But there was a big old handprint on the side of my truck, right about there where that wet spot was. And the ammonia smell, I mean, it was burning. You know, it was that burning type of ammonia. And, I mean, it was just crazy, you know. And that's what I mean, said, if somebody told me I need to write a book, I probably do.
You probably do.
Good. Yeah, you should.
You should.
It's just crazy. And
I want to get my hands on one of Tal's books. I don't want the Kindle. I want it in my hands. You know.
Yeah.
If I can ever find one.
I wish this family would re-release some paperback or something again. Me and Keith, some of our reports are in there. I don't know how many. I can't remember. 4 or 5 of them are in there that we took from Creepy Mountain and some other places around here. And he was going to write a second book. He was going to write another one. And in fact, he was going to put every report that he had in that book. He was going to put everything in it. Of course, he got sick and passed away. And the number I had for him and for his home number, I couldn't get a hold of nobody. But I know what his boy's name is. I might could get a hold of his boy. But because I met him one time. I met his son one time. But I probably needed to do that. But if he'd wrote one, though, for everything he had, it'd be one heck of a book.
Yeah.
And it'd be mainly Alabama and Arkansas, you know.
Yep.
Yeah, it's definitely a hot spot.
Yep.
Man. When I talking here about Alabama, man, it's just nonstop story after story after story. I say story, but occurrences. Maybe that's a better term.
Yeah.
Well, that's one reason I got into the YouTube was Rebecca had started us a homesteaders channel.
Yeah.
Rebecca had never really thought about Bigfoot. When me and her got together, that's one of the things I told her right up front. I said, "Now I look for Bigfoot." I said, "You might think that's crazy," and she didn't because she's into the paranormal. And she told me that she'd heard some weird things before because she used to be big in rock climbing and kayaking over in North Georgia, where she's from. And they've heard stuff and heard some things. She didn't really know what it was, but she said she noticed some things that were weird sometimes. And, but, when she started this homesteading channel, it was mostly about what crops we were growing, about rabbits, chickens, everything else we do here on the homestead. And one day she looked at me, she said, "You really need to use YouTube as a way to preserve stuff that's happened to you and other people where there's a history of it, and go through what all took place at Creepy Mountain, other people's properties that's willing for you to tell about their properties or their experiences." And of course, it's evolved into more than that now, but that's when I first started off. I pretty much stayed with Creepy Mountain for a while, just trying to start it off from the beginning and what's happened. Of course, there's tons of it that I ain't even put in there. And of course, a lot of it, I wish I'd had the people that was there with me because I've learned something there's times that other people had to jog my memory about something.
Yep.
Because I've got so much jammed in up here that I can't remember it all. I mean, I hate to say it that way. I remember the big stuff, that stuff that's really planted in your head. But the little stuff, like Keith's reminded me of stuff. Adams reminded me of stuff. Pat Rance is reminding me of stuff that I had done really, I guess, put in the back part of my brain, And, they said, hey, you remember when we had that happen? And then it hit me like a ton of bricks. Yeah, I do remember that now. A lot of stuff, it wasn't real. It was subtle stuff. The big stuff, I remember it from now on. But a lot of the subtle stuff that, went on and there's people that's been here on this mountain. I hate to say it. I know it sounds ugly. I forgot who they are, because some of this was back in 2008, 9, and 10, and I haven't talked to them since then. And, sometimes I draw a blank trying to remember who all's been on that place with us at different times. And I've had to ask Pat or ask Keith or whoever, was up there with us. Who all was with us that time? And I guess it's just, from over the years, but every now and then, one of them will bring up something that I forgot about. That's why I wish a lot of times I could have them on with me to really go through it, because we can kind of back each other up on stuff, Mm-hmm. And two, sometimes a lot better to hear it from the horse's mouth, as people say, so.
Yep. Man, we got him to talk tonight, didn't we?
He's been kind of quiet, huh?
I love it. I love to hear it. I love to hear
Me
it all.
too.
That's because I was falling asleep.
We know that. We were watching. Don't worry.
I got my second wind. I'm back now.
The world was watching.
Usually when I'm on other shows with people and they got other people on, I love to listen to what other people's talking about.
Yeah.
And because I've learned a lot, and then I hear similar stories. I hear similar over and over and over, and it just backs itself up more and more. And I love to hear when different people are talking about things, and because it ain't about me, it's about all of us sharing our experiences and other people's experiences and what we think's going on. And even if we have differences of opinion, we can still get along about it. Mm-hmm. I know there's probably people in this chat that don't believe a word I said, and that's fine. They don't have to. But they wasn't there when me and these others were experiencing it. If they were there, they may experience something different, or they may experience it too. It's just like when y'all tell stuff, I wasn't there, but I believe you because I've already experienced the same thing somewhere else. So, it just kind of comes in, and, it's just crazy, If you told me in 2000 that I've been sitting here on YouTube talking about Bigfoot, I looked at you like, what are you talking about?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
But I'll tell you one thing, I've met some great people since 2007 to now. I've met a lot of great people that I consider family. I've only been around a few, to be honest with you, that I wouldn't be around no more. That says something. It says there's a good group of people. There's a few I wouldn't hang out with, but most of the people have been the nicest people. That's why I say I feel like family. Had some good outings with people and good conversations, and if I never see a booger or have activity again, I'd say one thing: I got a family, mm-hmm. And just having a conversation, is great. And these fire pits we have on Saturday nights. We started it off as a community thing, and it has become a community thing. We have neighbors, kin people, friends, And I have family from the Bigfoot family that comes, and it's great that. And I've actually witnessed a few times some of my kin folks talking to some of the people that believe in Bigfoot and be kind of go, getting a little more open about it. So, because when people see there's a lot of us talking about it and people sharing their experiences, that it starts opening a lot of other folks' minds. And I mean, it's opened a lot of minds where I work at. You'd be surprised how many people at work come up and talk to me about this now. And they ain't laughing and cutting up. They're wanting to know, their first questions is, do I need to be scared to go in the woods anymore? Do I need to stay out of the woods? It's no, you go to the woods, have fun, So.
You ain't got to go in the woods. They'll come over there and turn your headlights on your driveway.
That's it. There was somebody else, Jerry brought that up. Somebody else was having their spotlights turned off. It was. But it caught me one night. They were talking about it, and I said, Lord have mercy.
I can't remember what show I seen that on, but they were unscrewing the bulbs just enough where they wouldn't come
unscrewing the bulbs. That's it. Yeah.
And what you were saying about we talked before about Becca's headlights. I remember hearing that from somebody else.
Yeah.
Where the lights would be on the car or the door messed with or
Surprised me, Jeff. You heard that?
Yeah, well, Mark and I've talked about it before.
Me and Jeff has had some pretty good conversations before. Talking about different things. And there's just so much stuff, man. I mean, and everybody has their own experiences. And I mean, at the reports I really got, I don't know. I don't know how many there are really. Some of them I'll never be able to talk about because people ask me not to. And of course, I'm going to keep my word and just leave it at that,
You still hear anything from any of the wardens or no?
Do what now?
Have you talked to any of the wardens recently? Have any of them said anything?
The last one I talked to was the one I know real well. And he's come up patrol Creepy Mountain a little bit. And, I hit him up about it one day.
Oh, that's right. I remember you.
He said, we ain't going to talk about that. And I knew then. He let the cat out of the bag when he said that right there.
Yeah, Donnie.
Donnie was one of them. Standing Goats Rescue.
Yeah, that's right.
His lights. I remember that now.
He said, I ain't.
But it was somebody else, too.
Yeah. Now, there's a ranger in Georgia that is still a ranger that we'll talk about it. He's still is over a state park over in Georgia, and they have a little Bigfoot thing there, and he has seen Bigfoot on that state park over, and he comes right out and talks about it. So
that place I just got back from, they have one ranger that runs that.
Yeah, that's crazy.
One. And I can almost guarantee you if you got him to the side somewhere, I'm sure
yeah,
that's a big area to run by yourself.
Oh, it is. Robert, the actual guy who lived here was dead, had passed away 7-8 years before we bought this house. This house stayed empty for about 7 years. His son lived up the road a ways and kept the grass cut here, kept the place up, but nobody lived here. Then they finally, him and his brother and sister decided to sell the place. I never have asked him.
That makes you wonder.
Well, it does. I know he did tell me a couple of times something tried to break into that shop. And I will tell you where I seen whatever tried to break into that shop, the crease is still there.
Really?
It's that heavy duty tin. Not saying a man couldn't do it, but boy, he'd had a time. And why would they open it up about that far and stop? It ain't big enough for a man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a small person might go through it.
I was gonna say I could walk through there.
But on the back, it's on the back side of that shop. Now, it could have been a person trying to break in there and they couldn't get in and they stopped. But I'm going to tell you, this shop here is built out of that old heavy duty tin that you can't get no more. You can't hardly put a screw through it. You about got to drill it before you can put a screw through it.
Is it one of them old metal buildings?
Well, one side of it's block, which is the apartment area. Because the guy used to live here, his father-in-law lived in the apartment. He was the well driller. That's what they were. They was well drillers. That's why that shop's so tall. If y'all ever seen it in the videos, it's a real tall shop because he's pulling well drilling rigs in there. But the rest of it on the sides and on the tops, that heavy duty tin. I mean, it's so thick gauge. I've tried to run screws, the self-tapping screws through it. Lord have mercy, boy, you better have a drill and you better be ready because a lot of times it's going to pop out on you. And I've ended up having to just go out there and hit it with a center punch and drill it to finally take a screw. It's that old thick stuff. And but on the back side of the shop, and it was in a was pulled back. If somebody really wanted in that shop, all they had to do is come over here and knock one of the windows out and go in the window. So I don't know why, something would peel that, but I finally got it pushed back. And I mean, I had to get out there and do some wrestling with it. And I finally got it back over where I could put some screws back in.
Yeah. So, if you wanted to break into it, all you do is bust out a window. Why try bending the damn building?
Your turn.
That's what I'm saying. And bending that going to make a lot more racket probably than busting out the window, and be wore out from fighting with it. Then you got to try to crawl through it. So I just came out. If I was a thief, I'd have come around this other side and took a window out and been done with it, But
dog man alert.
Yeah.
It's 11:31. I'm sorry, it's 11:31, and Mary's still in chat.
Good
Wow.
Wow, Mary.
Well, I appreciate everybody being in chat tonight. This
It's
is me
still
ramble.
busy. There's still a lot of people in there, Mark. I'm surprised.
You guys have been here for so long. I woke up.
You woke up now?
That's-
Rebecca probably done went to bed on me.
Now, I'm getting pretty tired. It's 11:30.
Sister done
Yeah, I'm
left out
surprised
here.
I'm still here because this allergy stuff's kicking my butt
Yeah.
this week.
Yep.
That's
We got
Jeff.
that yellow snow now, Mark. There's a nice coating of pollen on everything.
I feel for y'all. We finally over ours. But I've enjoyed it tonight. Whenever y'all ready to go, we'll go. I know y'all an hour ahead of me, and
Yeah, it's
I
getting
know
late.
that. So
And David's 3 hours behind. This is like the craziest thing doing this because
It's only 8:30 at David's.
no,
Yeah.
8:30 at David's. It's Wednesday at Rivers.
Yeah, yeah, he was in here while you were asleep.
I thought I caught him in there for a second.
well, maybe I can talk to old Keith one night, and maybe down the road.
That'd be awesome.
Get Keith on. Spencer's been after him. And I told him, I said, I'll go on with you because he ain't real crazy about wanting to be on YouTube. But I said, I'll go on with you. I said, I'll let you do I'll be beside you and let you do the talking. I'll keep,
Sounds
But
like a plan.
Now, does he still research at all, or is he?
No, now they come to his place too, though.
Do they?
Because he actually lives on the side of the mountain. And they
That's
come
right.
to
I
his
remember
place.
you telling me that.
He's got a couple of pictures that were pretty interesting there at his doorsteps. Looks like a baby one.
Does
maybe
he
about
still
4.
see them?
He hears them.
Does he?
He hears them up behind his house sometimes. That big tunnel I was telling y'all about, drain pipe that goes under the main highway, is right there at his place. That's tall enough that I can walk through it, and that's where we
I
found
got one of them.
Oh yeah, they're coming and going right there.
We found foot.
We've
And
got
the bad
those right-
thing, down in that holler where it's at, is kudzus there.
Oh yeah.
So it's real thick, very good cover. And main reason me and him don't fool about that is because a lot of rattlesnakes right in there. He's killed I don't know how many rattlesnakes. So when you're over at his place, you got to kind of watch where you're walking. I hate to say that, but it's rattlesnake alley over there. Yeah, so
We're getting ready to add another hour to the show. Here's a question for you, Mark.
Well, I mean, I'm talking a good bit about it and how that came about. I'll try to run this short real quick.
Oh, you're all right. Go ahead.
Well, in 2012,
Get ready, Roger.
I do what now?
I said, get ready, Roger.
Oh, okay. 2012, my friend Adam called me and said, "Hey, I got a guy up in North Alabama who wants to come down and go on Creepy Mountain with us." I said, "Okay, yeah, I ain't got no issue with it." And so his name was Paul Hunsley. He passed away here about a year ago. But Paul come down, him and Paul. There was another guy called Woolly Booger. Lives over in Atlanta, Georgia. And I can't remember the other guy. We're camping out up on the hunting club. I wasn't there that night. I was at work. That night they called a thermal. Paul did. He called a thermal. What looks like a Bigfoot standing in the back of the wood line looking at him. And of course, they called it. In fact, Adam called me at work that night and told me about it. So I went up there the next night with them. Of course, we didn't have nothing to happen. Everything stayed up there another day or two camping. Nothing else ever happened. We heard some, vocals and stuff, but basically that was it. Well, roll around in 2013, Adam calls me and he says, "Hey, Finding Bigfoot wants to come to Creepy Mountain." I said, "Do what?" I said, "Do what? How'd they find out about that?" Well, Paul had submitted his thermal to them, and they thought it was worthy enough to come look at, I guess. So I said, "Yeah, they can come," but I said, we need to know a lot more about what all was going to take place. Because I was the president of the hunt club then, so I had a little leadway with some stuff. I said, "But they can't come during hunting season." And so he said, "No," he said, "I done told them they couldn't, we wouldn't be able to do it during hunting season." So they come, and later on that year, they come and meet with the producer. Says, because I had signed some papers and stuff saying, they could film and all that. And that's when we come up with, really, Adam had done come up with the Creepy Mountain name. And he said, "Well, we can't tell where this exact location is." So I said, "Well, we just call it Creepy Mountain." And that's what we called it. That's what we've left it at. While they were here, they went to a property up North Alabama and looked at some stuff. And then they went to another friends of mine property where I call the mean Bigfoot live, that I don't go hardly fool around with. I've been down there a few times. I just don't like that bunch. But anyway, they came here. First night they went up on Creepy Mountain. Didn't much happen. Heard a few vocals. They didn't really see nothing. Of course, the way they do it, I pretty much figured in they wasn't going to see much. Can't be toting all them cameras and lights and this and that. You just ain't going to have much happen. And then the next day they had the town hall meeting up in Birmingham. And then they went to my friend's property down in Coosa County. And they went down there and stayed for a while. Well, Bobo hit me and Adam up about him coming back, him and his cameraman, Creepy Mountain by themselves from one night. Told him, yeah, that's fine. And he said, well, I want you and Mark to be there for a little while with us, which is unusual. They usually don't do that. They don't want nobody else with them, but he wanted us to come up there for a little while. I said, well, that's so anyway, we went up there and I found out why he really wanted up there. He wanted to talk to us without probably everybody else being there. And we went through a lot of stuff that night. And he said, man, I know they're here. He said, I done seen stuff already that I ain't even told the other ones is here. I don't know why he was keeping it kind of a secret. But thunder. Here we go again. Anyway, me and Adam stayed a couple of hours with them. We got ready to leave. And it was just him and the cameraman. Well, they had pitched the tent down at the lake. But we had all been sitting up there at the field where the thermal was caught. We built a fire and all that. We left. Me and Adam did. And went on home. Well, the next morning I get up. I go back up there. And the cameraman is just acting wild. Like, man, I think I seen one of them things last night. And, he's talking to me about it. And he said, I thought it was Bobo standing in the road. This cameraman was cool. I liked him. I can't even remember his name. I'll probably think of it here in a while. He said, and what had happened, right after me and Adam left, they had started walking toward the lake to their tent. Well, the cameraman forgot. He said, I better get more batteries. So he told Bobo, he said, I'm going to go back to the truck and get batteries and I'll catch up with you. Bobo said, all right. So Bobo went on down the road. Cameraman's hoofing it back. And there's a little straightaway there on that road going to the lake. And there was a pretty good bit of ambient light that night. Moon, may have been out partly or something. But he could see what looked like Bobo stooping down in the road, down the road in front of him. He kept hollering, hey, Bobo, what you see? What you see? But Bobo don't answer. Well, Bobo gets up and walks across the road and goes in the woods. And he said, well, he's done seen something. So he steps it up, gets down there about where he's seen him go in, and he goes in with it. So he thinks Bobo's done caught something. He's hollering, Bobo. About that time, Bobo answers down the road, what? Why do you keep hollering about? And the guy realizes, so flying back out of there, and he's hollering, Bobo, hey, I think I just seen one of these things walk in the woods right here. But Bobo comes back up there, and they stand up there for a while, and they ease in there, I think, looking around, but they don't see nothing. And they go on down to their tent. Of course, the cameraman didn't have the camera running the whole time. He said, man, if I'd known that camera had been rolling, he said, I would have got him. He said, I'd had him on camera. But they didn't have nothing else happen that night.
That's still one of the funniest things I've ever heard. Taking off after it.
Oh, yeah. Well, the next night, they come back to finish up at Creepy Mountain. Adam wasn't able to be there. And I went up there and sit with them, but I wasn't with them. I was with the crew that had the food and the extra equipment and all that. I was sitting by the truck with them. And they were up on the club, and they was making I could hear them make calls, and they wouldn't get no calls back or any of that stuff. And I finally went and sit in my truck, and I just kind of leaned the seat back. But it done about 1 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning. Well, I kept noticing stuff was hitting my truck on the hood. I didn't think nothing about it for a few minutes. Then I finally said, wait a minute. I mean, there's little sticks. I get to looking around, and where I'm sitting, there's like a little hill right there by me, and I could look up, and in between the trees, I could see something move back and forth between the trees right above me. And I realized then what was happening. I said, well, I'm getting bombarded by twigs from a booger right up there. Well, I get out of the truck and he's up there at them guys. I said, hey, call and tell them on the radio there's a booger right down here. He's right here on top of the hill right here. And he's been throwing. I said, the hood of my truck is full of sticks. Well, they called up there and tell them, say, hey, Mark said there's a booger down here by his truck up on this little hill, been throwing rocks all on his truck. Said, y'all come on down here, we might, get him. Well, they wouldn't come. They said, no, we're going to stay up here. And I asked one of them guys, well, y'all got a camera with you? And one of them said, well, yeah. I said, well, get your camera out and go over and see if you can film this thing. Wouldn't. I don't know why they wouldn't. Maybe he's scared he'd get fired if you picked up the camera. I don't know. But I went back, stood there, kept trying to look up there. I didn't see him no more. I figured he backed off in. And about 2 hours later, they come back down the hill. And Bobo come over there walking to me. I said, man, y'all should come down here. The booger was down here with me. And he said, yeah, I know. He said, we have to go by what they want us to do. I said, well, that don't make no sense. If you got a booger over here, that's where you need to be, but that's pretty much it. They were real. I mean, I enjoyed meeting them all. I mean, they was all real nice to us. They didn't try to act like they were better than us. I mean, they was interested in what we had to say. At one time, I still had Bobo and Cliff's phone number. I probably still got it. Every now and then, I used to hear from them. Every now and then, they'd send me a text to say, "Hey, how's it going up on Creepy Mountain? You heard any more stuff?" And I tell them, "Yeah, we've heard some stuff, and we've heard more reports in places." And so, but if you hadn't watched it, go to 2013. Finding Bigfoot, Alabama, and you'll see a good bit of Creepy Mountain and some other places. You will not see me on the film, though. I told them I did not want to be on film because I knew I'd give away the place if I got on that camera. Because a lot of people in this area know me. And I knew if I got on that camera, they'd peg me. They'd peg out where the place is. So that's one reason I did not get on the camera. I did a side interview with them that they wasn't going to release, is more for like information and stuff that went on that they wouldn't publish, and I never have seen it published. So.
Wow,
That's
even a TV star.
So if you get a chance, go watch it. Go watch it. Yeah. It's pretty good.
Man, I'm not sure I'm going to be that.
I couldn't find it.
I don't want to be that cameraman.
No doubt. You may have to go to Animal Planet and look it up.
Oh, that's right. It is on Animal Planet.
Animal Planet. Yep.
Yeah. I know I've typed in thermal on Creepy Mountain, and then it'll pull it up like that, but it don't pull up the whole show. It pulls up parts of it. So you could go in and type in thermal on Creepy Mountain.
Okay.
And it'll pull up the thermal, and it'll pull up some of the stuff. And the biggest thing I got out of this, or we all got out of this, was Cliff called me and Adam back. And he said, I think he's seen a booger, or the guy caught a booger. And he told Paul the same thing. Because they went down there and they done some measurements, just like we did. We did the same thing. I went down there and stood where the booger was. Booger was 2 foot taller than me. There's no doubt about it. I'm 6 foot, so he put him at 8. Bobo's taller than me. He's about 6.5, probably. Mm-hmm. He went down there, and they come up with the same thing. They said even Bobo looked small compared to this. Just wider, taller, same way with me. Cliff Said everything he looked at, he said, I think Paul caught a booger on thermal. And supposed to be one of the first thermals that ever come out of Alabama, too.
Okay. Finding Flat Rock. That's pretty good. Another hot spot.
Oh, yeah. I still haven't been to Flat Rocks. That's sad. I live 2 hours away from Flat Rock. I've not been there yet.
I haven't been there either.
It's like me living next to Gettysburg and never going.
Well, I don't go south much. About the furthest south I go is usually Coosa County. Both Rebecca took that little trip to Selma and Lowndes County. But I do need to, and I did go down the Ken Shivers to the powwow back at Thanksgiving. But I do need to get down to see Flat. He ain't but a little over 2 hours from me. And so me and Rebecca need to take some going south trips and stuff. So, and that's a different terrain down there where they live at than where I live at. It's totally different. They got a lot more swamps, a lot of thick land, just some different type trees. They have a lot of bay magnolias down there where we don't have many of those up here. A lot more cypress and stuff down that way. So it's got that what I call South Alabama, South Georgia feel to it, you know. More swampy looking and stuff like that. So.
Awesome. Yep. So my bucket list to get to Alabama. That's for sure.
Yep.
Sooner than later.
We all just need to, make them plans and come on.
Yeah.
Yep.
Bite that bullet.
I'd prefer to do it when it's not 100 degrees out.
If you come, I would suggest fall, winter, or spring. The humidity here.
Bugs carry off around here. I can't imagine what they look like down there.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it gets humid enough here. Whew.
Yeah, it gets
Hard to
humid.
ride a mosquito. They're probably that big.
Mosquitoes, and everything else. Ticks, chiggers, snakes. Yeah. So, but yeah, y'all do need to make you a trip down here sooner or later, and yeah, I would recommend more fall, winter, or spring. Which is typically most people's not real busy that time of year, So it'd be a good time. And our weather gets cool, but it don't get. I mean, we have sometimes, down. We had a few cool snaps this year, what I call a real cool snap. Most time we're in the 30s, 40s at night, 50s, 60s in the days. That's kind of what it averages in the winter. We have some 20-degree nights, and we had some where it dipped on down in the teens, in the single digits, but that usually don't stay but a day or two, then it's gone. So it's really a pretty mild winters here, usually.
That's good. Yeah, Western New York. I've been to Western New York a few times. Oh yeah.
They're still getting snow up in Vermont.
Yeah, they just got snow in New York.
Yeah.
Here, I talked. Did I have them on my show last week? Yeah, last week I had them on my show.
That's still Montana.
6 or 7 inches. It's crazy. Yeah, it's snowing. Yeah, out west. Yeah, Colorado, Wyoming.
Yeah, my friends just came down from Vermont. They just had I think they got 6 inches last week.
Yeah. Weather's nuts.
It's almost May, and they still got snow.
Yep.
Well, we'll probably get a blackberry winter here probably in May. And why they call it blackberry winters, usually when the blackberries are blooming and then it'll get cool on us. Sometimes I have seen frost in May before in Alabama. I've seen 40 degrees in June before in Alabama. That don't happen much, but I've seen it. usually by June, we've already started getting kind of hot and humid. Usually by mid-June, going into July, it's got to where it's going to be for a couple of months. And, but, you know.
3 hours and 40 minutes.
Watch out, Roger.
Wee.
Oh,
Anything else?
I mean, there's tons of stuff, but I don't know. I think we can go to daylight, but I'm thinking I'm
Roger's-
getting ready for bed myself. So
Roger's starting to sweat. So
we're going to do this. We might have to do this on a Saturday night. We can rock and roll.
Oh yeah.
Have us
we
a
get
round table one night.
There you go.
50 or
Yeah, that would be
75
good,
or something like that. I want to do you all there out of Alabama, Coombo, you, Greg House, and we're gonna pick a decent start time that works for everybody, and we're just gonna let it rip. And I am
Alabama-
sure we will beat that 6 hour mark.
The Alabama Round Table.
We'll beat the 6
Well,
hour
there's and I'm gonna tell you, there's some more researchers in Alabama. They stay kind of quiet. Just got a lot of information too. You just ain't gonna get them on YouTube and stuff. But there's some more that can tell you a lot of stuff.
You guys definitely have a lot of.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about that state.
Well, I think Georgia and Mississippi the same way. Parts of Tennessee, I think. The one reason I think Alabama may. We got about everything you can think of except for desert, or Arctic. But we're in between just about everything, and they call Alabama America's Amazon. I mean, if you go look it up, that's what they call us, is the America's Amazon, because of the plant life that's here, the amphibian, the amount of different type of fish. I don't forgot what we are in water. We're right there with California and Florida in water. I mean, we're not far behind them. We drain a lot of water from several states, piles in Alabama, water out of Tennessee, Georgia, Mississippi, all funnel into Alabama, a bunch of it.
Yeah, you've got a lot of water.
We're at the end of the Appalachians. Then we go into the coastal. I mean, we got a little bit of everything: swamps, mountains, flat land, sandy land. Just a little bit of it all. I think the Appalachians ending here has a lot to do with some of that. I think it has a lot to do with that. A lot of cave systems. A lot of just rugged land that nobody lives on. And there's still a lot of timber, and we're like number 2 or 3 in timber. I think Maine's above us.
Yeah,
maybe Minnesota. And
you
Mississippi.
guys in Maine are very close to each other when it comes to timber. That's crazy, because Maine is. I mean, that is just a vast expanse of nothing.
Mhm.
Yeah, and there's parts of Alabama like that. You get in certain areas, man, when you go through there, man, ain't nobody living in those areas. It's just big timber company land. And it's just for miles and miles and miles. And all they do is grow pines and cut timber. And it's, but it's a unique state. It doesn't get a lot of recognition on stuff. I mean, of course, most people hear Alabama, first thing I think is civil rights, because what all went on in the 1960s. That ain't Alabama no more. That's been gone a long time. And that ain't how most Alabama folks act. That was a certain few that acted that way. And they got national television to show it, But we most people here are down good earth people. They don't matter who you are. They'll try to help you. I mean, yeah, you got your certain folks, but they're in every state if you go looking for them.
Oh yeah.
But it's good people
Try
here.
Maryland.
So, Mark, I looked it up. There's 23 million acres of forest land in Alabama.
Yeah.
23 million. Oregon has 30 million, but it's a lot bigger state, I think, than Alabama.
Yeah. I know we're right in the top 5 or something like that.
Yeah, that's impressive. That's a lot of timber, a lot of forest.
Yeah. And I don't forgot water. We're real close to California and Florida. In fact, Mobile Bay is the wettest place in the U.S. That's hard to believe. They get more inches of rain than they get more than Oregon and Washington. That's crazy. On rain percentage, it's up there like 70, 80 inches a year in rainfall.
Good Lord.
I can go look that up, and that's why that Tensas or Mobile Delta is such a big delta. It's a very big delta, and I mean it's weird. It's weird. You got like 5 rivers piling into one place there. That's why it's so huge. And there's tons of land in there with nothing in there.
Yeah, we've got some areas in this state you wouldn't think. We have the vast areas, and some of these spots will surprise you, won't they, Jerry?
Yeah.
There's some places.
Maryland will fool you. Get away from the big towns and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you get away from the big towns.
Get up around here. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But they want to force it upon us. They want to cram more stuff in.
I know.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this state's getting ridiculous.
Yeah. Mark, Alabama looks like 50 to 60 inches of rain a year is what it's showing that I just looked up. Which is
look at Mobile.
Mobile is 60.
60. Okay.
Yeah, and the rest is 50 to 55. Oregon gets 200 inches.
Okay.
Wow.
200. Well, on the west slope of the Cascades, here on the coast, we get like 90 to 120 or something like that.
I knew one time it said Mobile was one of the wettest places in the U.S. So one of them.
That's a lot of rain. That's feet and feet of rain. Plus all the runoff, like you said, all those other states filtering all that water in, man. I was impressed just going to Kentucky and Tennessee to LBL. There's a lot of water there.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of water. The southern states are full of water. In fact, I can't remember. Somebody come. Who was that? A guy come down from Ohio I used to work with. And he said, man, y'all got a branch every 100 feet, or a creek. Yeah. Just about every holler you come to or every pasture, there's a branch crossing the road. It might not be a big branch, but it's coming across the road. So
we got a lot of branches around here.
Yeah. A lot of springs.
Well, there's several on this place. There's little spring, little pop-ups.
Yeah. Got them here. I got one down at the bottom of the hayfield here. That's where I found that deer skeleton
down here, and I got a couple in the back. Spots where springs where they just come right up out of the ground.
That's a good question for you, Mark. Who would you go to if you ever found a deceased Bigfoot?
I have no idea. It sure wouldn't be the government. I'll probably go find me a preacher. Sarah, whoop up somebody's churchyard with it. So, and John, there's some dog man stuff going on around here, John. There's some dog. I'll message you on that. Let you tell you about some of it. But
hell, he's in your corn patch.
Well, yeah, and then Superfly, dealing with some of that.
Mhm.
And there's some other places that Dogman reports are coming out of up there in that middle part of Talladega National Forest, and one was supposedly seen at the grist mill. Then they're up around where Coonbo's at. There's some dogmen, and then over on the east side of Alabama, around Fort Payne, up in there where Mentone and all that is, there's some reports from up there, and then down around Troy, there's some stuff talked about down in there, and down what we call Lee County too. We would Mark Aniston Star. Talking about Golden Aniston Star. Yeah. There's a good story about Calhoun County there where Wendell lives, or Aniston. Back in the 30s, they called it the Chocolaca Monster.
Oh.
People were seeing what they described as this ape family running around in the cotton and cornfields, and they reported it to the sheriff of the county then. And there's newspaper articles on it. It probably ain't the Aniston Star now. I think he had a different name back in what the newspaper was called. But he actually put together a group of men and went hunting for this thing. And they found footprints. Farmers were, and they were saying a family. They said it looked like a big one and another one and a couple of small ones. And they probably come out of the Chocolaca Wildlife Management Area, which is Talladega National Forest now. But where they was coming at down in there was in that Chocolaca Creek bottoms, which was a lot of good farmland. And there was a bunch of newspaper articles on it. There's a newspaper article from Jackson County, Alabama, which is up in the northeast corner next to Tennessee, right there below Chattanooga, of a group of men chasing a 21-foot giant
Oh.
up in those mountains.
Wow.
And the sheriff getting involved in it, and they finding his footprints. They shot at him. According to what I read, in fact, somebody put that article out the other day somewhere on one of the websites. I seen it pop up again. They described shooting at it, and then it just disappeared. 21 foot now, can you imagine? This was
huge.
regular articles out of the newspapers from up in that part of Alabama. And then you had Shelton County Peach Monster. And that county is 30 miles southwest of me, where the peach growing area of Alabama is. If anybody's ever went down Highway 65 in Alabama, they've probably seen the big peach water tower. That's Shelton County. But back in the 50s and early 60s, peach farmers were claiming their peaches were disappearing off trees overnight in places. And finally, one of the farmers went out and laid up in his field at night trying to catch. He thought people were doing it. And he ended up saying it wasn't people. He even shot at it. Got the sheriff of that county involved in it and some deputies. And they finally hemmed it up in a holler. And the sheriff tried to send the deputies in to shoot it, and they wouldn't go. It was screaming and hollering. And they even got footprints they cast. It was in the Shelton County courthouse for years. They said when you walked in the door, the casts were on the table. But I heard they had redone the courthouse and the castings disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they just got put up somewhere and never got put back out or throw them away. But you can go look that up. There was actually newspaper articles on that. And in Mobile, they had what they called the Wolf Lady running around in the 70s.
Oh, I remember this one.
Yeah, and it actually had clothes on. So, but it was scaring people in a little community down there, and there's newspaper articles on it. And then, of course, Alabama has the white thing. That's what it's really known for, is a white-looking Bigfoot that runs around in the northern part of Alabama, but I'm hearing of them here in this area and some other areas too. So that may be, I don't know, that's what they talk about. They call it the Alabama white thing. A bunch of people,
Which is
of course,
probably
y'all-
just an older Bigfoot.
yeah, could be. So there's some other things that have went on here. And of course, had the UFOs there for a while up at Fife, Alabama, and that's where they seen what they call the Tin Man, that the sheriff of that, or the police chief of that town, shot at. Up in there, they called him the Tin Man. There's supposed to be a picture of him, and I've seen that picture, and it does kind of look like the Tin Man off of Wizard of Oz. So I don't know, man. It's hard to say about that, but
The sheriff actually shot at it?
yeah.
Oh.
There's actually newspaper articles on it. In fact, he got ridiculed so bad that he resigned from being police chief, and just become a hermit after that happened, because people were ridiculing him so bad and giving him fits. But look up, I think they call it the Tin Man of Alabama or something like that. There's some newspaper articles that were on that. And that would have been 60s, 70s. Yeah.
Next week's
Yeah, there you go.
Next
Michael
week's-
said Metal Man of Faultville. That's it.
okay. Next week's guest is in chat here real quick. Wyatt Estes will be with us next week.
Woo-hoo!
Not for 4 hours though.
I'm down to 20% battery on this thing.
With 3 more minutes, you'll have 4 hours. 2 minutes.
That's awesome,
2
Mark.
minutes now.
2 minutes.
Yeah, man.
See, you got to just stay on long enough for me to wake back up.
Yeah.
You woke up, but everybody else about ready to sleep.
I-
Don't
day.
worry. Once I head upstairs, it won't be long.
I've really enjoyed it, And
yeah.
I really had
always
a
a
good time.
pleasure.
And I'm going to
Yep.
tell you this. It was good not to have to really tell my first experience, because that's usually what everybody wants to hear. And I got to go
Yeah.
off into this stuff more,
Yeah.
I hear you.
That's like when bring Kumbo on. We definitely want to get Kumbo
Like,
on with
I
you
don't know
guys.
where we're going to start when we get him on, because
It'll be beyond his beginnings. So
everybody's heard, 99.9% of that.
if Jeff don't stay awake next week, I'll just turn his screen off.
Just turn the screen off.
I'm not being mean. I'm just
Yeah, that's
saving
what
the
Flat Rock
aggravation.
just said. The Alabama Bigfoot Roundtable, 5 hours.
Yeah. We can include Flat Rock in that too.
Oh, yeah.
We'll get all the stars of Alabama in there.
Yeah.
It'll be fun.
That'd make a hell of a show, wouldn't it?
That would.
It's like
But Jeff,
the
you're gonna have to get some sleep, Jeff.
that's like the Harlem Globetrotters of Bigfoot, the Alabama bunch.
Globetrotters, Bigfoot.
Where did you ever come up with that?
I don't know. No, I just pulled that
Oh,
one.
that's funny.
All right. Okay, well, we got 4-hour mark. Just clicked over 4 hours.
All right.
You did it, Mark.
All right.
We got 2 more hours in you. We can beat the record.
No, yeah, I mean, we can, but I don't know if y'all.
I don't have it in me tonight.
Jeff and Jerry can go to sleep, and me and you'll just stay up, Mark.
It all counts.
Oh,
Uh-oh.
man.
Michael X.
Yeah, there you go.
Y'all just keep bringing stuff up to keep the show going, don't you?
Hell, you could probably go further than 6 hours. You can just shut it off when Kumbo gets done. It might be 6 o'clock in the morning now.
I'll have to get rid of some programs off of it before we do that show. Make sure I got enough time.
Yeah.
You got full of rates on.
Just make sure you set aside a full 24 hours for whatever.
I'm sure you'll be here in the middle of it, Wendell.
Yeah, you might just have to let people come in and out that night when you do that. Have a couple on and a couple come on in. Just keep
Sure.
going.
Yeah, we can make it work.
Have time slots. Hey, you're going to be on from 8 to 10. You're going to be on from 10 to 12 on.
Yeah.
Nah,
Yeah.
River says I'm a milk shifter.
A milk shifter.
Well, sometimes you're an egg man. Sometimes you're a sleepy man.
Sometimes I'm a milkman.
Oh, man.
I'll
I'll just
plead
play
the
with you.
Oh, don't.
You ain't been called egg man
don't
lately. What's
apologize.
going on with that?
Sometimes I'm riding a zip line naked. You never know where I am.
You never know where you're going to be.
Booger Marathon. That's what we're going to call it. That's what we'll call it, Ken. We'll call it a Booger Marathon. All right. I'm going to bed. 4 hours and 1 minute. Mark, appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, thanks.
I've enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I've enjoyed it.
We didn't even touch the tip of the iceberg yet. So from Alabama, but that's all good
No.
stuff, man.
Well,
Okay.
Alabama's one of those places you could do
Yep.
a year of shows on and probably not even touch anything. So
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We got to dig up some more local people here too. We know them. We just can't get them to talk just yet, but we're working on it.
I can't believe Bud's still in here. Oh, that's right. Angie's the one that falls asleep. She's got my problem.
Bigfoot Bud's hanging in here. Look at that.
Yeah.
I'm going to see Bud in a couple days.
For Ohio. Yeah. Yeah, Bud, I wish I could come out there. You never know. There's a chance, but it's not looking too good for me right now. So, yep, you bet, Wendell.
Is Mary still awake?
I
think
don't know.
Mary checked out, maybe.
Think
Did
she
you check out?
Well,
Yeah, but when Jeff takes naps, it becomes public knowledge. We don't let him get away with it.
I don't get away with anything.
Yeah. All right, we're rambling on now. Oh, and then there was this other 10 Bigfoot stories I wanted to know about. But not
Yeah.
anyway.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
Bigfoot riding a unicorn.
Definitely gonna load the RV up sometime and come to Alabama though. It's gonna happen.
yeah, y'all gonna have to come on down.
We're gonna do it. We'll fly David in.
Yeah, I'll do it. Don't threaten me.
By the
I'll do
way,
it.
by the way. Oh my goodness. Look at that beard. That beard is happening. Look at that, huh? Wow. Okay. All right, with that said, we got Wyatt Estes next week. We'll be back 8 p.m.
We're
8
going
p.m.
back
Eastern,
to the
so-
future.
Yeah, we're actually going. This is show 44. We're going back to do show 43 next week. Don't ask. That was
It's kind of like when I mix my calf tags up when I'm trying to.
Yeah, right.
Yes.
I've heard that on the phone. He's telling the truth. He tagged the wrong one time.
Well, the heifer and the bull calf shouldn't have looked the same. That's not my fault.
You sure about that?
Same damn colors.
Oh
Wow.
man.
He was on the phone with me, and it's tagged the wrong damn. It's like, okay, calm
I think
down.
you probably heard my father go, "What did you do that for?"
Nah, I didn't hear him then, but he was probably 5 minutes away from calling you 30 times. So anyway, all right, guys, gals, appreciate you in chat, man. Mark, thank you again. David,
Thank
thanks
you,
for
Mark.
hanging in there with us.
Yes.
Congratulations on your second wind tonight, Jeffrey.
Yeah, I gotta go cough my head off now.
You got your chickens put up yet?
I gotta go do that.
I knew it. I gotta go put the chickens up yet. You're okay. It's only
I make
12
sure
months.
my ducks aren't out in the yard somewhere.
Take your thermal out with you just in case.
I almost left the damn thing at the campsite the other day.
Do that.
Yeah, don't do that.
I had it in an old Crown Royal bag, and I laid it over next to the tree while I was, trying to keep the dust off of it. But it's one of them Crown Royal vanilla bags, so it's just the right color to blend in with the leaves.
Yeah.
Because it's brown, and I was like, oh.
I have the purple and the orange ones.
Yeah, well,
they were given to
for
me.
some reason I didn't have the purple ones. I would have rather had one of them. I would have seen it.
Yeah. I put my video cameras on them.
Well, it doesn't have a cover on the back. It only has a lens cover on the front. So I just leave it in that bag to keep the dust out of it.
Yep. Yeah, they work good for cameras.
When we were getting ready to leave, Sam looks around. He goes, "You got everything?" I think so.
Just because you had a nap, the rest of us are tired, okay?
I look over the tree and I go, "Oh, I guess I better take my thermal with me because I'm not." Oh Lord,
Anyway, that's how you get it. That's how you do it. You just cut him off. That's all right. We're brothers. We can get away with it. All right, folks. Next week, Wyatt asked us. He's in chat here. But anyway, we'll see you next week, Wyatt. Hopefully everything works out. You'll be here. So, Mark, thank you again.
All right. We'll see y'all later. Love all y'all.
Yep, absolutely.
Good night, everybody.
Love you, Mark.
Good night. Where's the outro at? Let's try this button.